Okay, so on the judges line, we still need to see Dr. Rizal Bukhari. Okay, the judges are here only. And the presenter Nadia Akhilah. Sheila Elvina, can you hear me? Sheila Elvina, can you hear me?
Assalamualaikum, Professor.
All right, okay, thank you. And Nadia Akhilah. Nadia Akhilah. Listen. Audio check, audio check. Is it clear now?
Yes, now it's clear.
Right, we're still waiting for one more participant, which is Miss Nadia Akilah. Right, that's right. Oh, okay, yeah, here. Right. Okay, so everybody's here. Yes, and Dr. Asnora, are you ready?
Dengar?
Okay, yeah, clear, loud and clear. Okay, loud and clear. And so, shall we start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, and
Please.
Mr. Hafiz, shall we start now? Shall we start now? Okay, let us get a green light from our boss.
Okay, we can start now.
All right. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning, professors, associate professors, doctors, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I am Abdul Hafiz Muhammad from Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences, UITM Perlis, and I'm going to be your master of ceremony for this event. First, I would like to bid you welcome to First International Undergraduate Research Colloquium presentation session. Today, we have Innovation and Final Year Undergraduates project, which will be judged by our honorable judges. First thing, allow me to welcome and introduce our judges. Our first judge is Dr. Yuslidita Muda from State Islamic University of Sultan Sharif Qasim Riau. And the second one is Dr. Rahmat Kurniawan from State Islamic University of Sultan Sharif Qasim Riau. And the third judge is Dr. Arbi Hazan Nasution from Universitas Islam Riau. Our fourth judge, also from the same place, Universitas Islam Riau, Dr. Evizal Abdul Qadir, and hailing from Malaysia, our fifth and sixth judge, Dr. Khairul Anwar Siddiq from UITM, and Yang Mulia Raja Azlina binti Raja Mahmud from University Putra Malaysia. Also, a wholesome gratitude and welcome to our participants, and finally to our audience. And thank you for making time to join us in the first morning session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our session, need I remind you to mute all your microphones to ensure the webinar can be run smoothly. Right? And so without much further ado, it's time to hand over the morning session to our chairperson, Dr. Aznora from UITM Perlis. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Hafez. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of the Colloqium. First of all, I would like to remind presenters that you are given 8 minutes to do your presentation and another 3 minutes for the question and answer session.
Gimana caranya itu?
Dear respectable audience, today we have a great variety of talks ahead of us. So, I would like to invite Miss Nur Ainul Hayati binti Muhammad Naziri from UITM Perlis with her project entitled Solving the Traveling Salesman Problem by Using Artificial Bee Colony Algorithm. Over to you.
Tes. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Nur Ainul Hayati binti Muhammad Naziri. I'm from UITM Aeropolis. Today, I'm going to talk to you about my final year project entitled Solving the Traveling Salesman Problem by Using Artificial Bee Colony Algorithm. First section's introduction. Let me start with the question, what is traveling salesman problem? TSP is the short form for traveling salesman problem. TSP was introduced by two mathematicians which are Hamilton from Irish and Thomas from British. TSP is defined as a list of cities that has to visit all the cities which are starting and ending at the same cities. But what is artificial bee colony algorithm? In 2005, artificial bee colony algorithm was introduced by dari. ABC algorithm is the colony of bees is divided into 3 types of different methods that approaches to the foods, which are employed bees, onlooker bees, and scout bees. The 3 types of bees. First, employed bees. Employed bees have visited beforehand and moved the honeybees to source of food. Second, onlooker bees. Onlooker bees are waiting at the area to make a decision for choosing the food source. Third, scout bees. Scout bees move arbitrarily inside the chosen area. So what is the relationship between TSP and ABC? The main objective for this research to determine the shortest distance traveled for the traveling salesman problem by using artificial bee colony algorithm. The second objective to find the optimal route with the shortest distance for TSP using ABC algorithm. Second section, research methodology. For data collection method, I have used secondary data. The data was collected from Library of Traveling Salesman Problem, which is from Suez Institute Berlin. The dataset consists of 29 cities in Bavaria with a distance from a city to another city. The minimum distance is 28 kilometers between city 10 and city 20, while the maximum distance is 509 kilometers between city 7 and city 3. For mathematical model of TSP, I have used Denzit-Farquharson-Johnson formulation. This is the flowchart for ABC algorithm. There are 4 phases for ABC. The first phase is analyzation. The second phase, employed bees. And the third phase, onlooker bees. The last phase, scored bees. Employed bees are associated with a particular nectar source and its nectar amount are determined. Employed bee will share all the information and then share with the onlooker bees, and onlooker bees will search the nectar source. When the nectar source is abundant, the scored bees will search a new nectar until all the flow repeat until the requirement. The third section, result and discussion. In these dishes, I have used MATLAB software with the version R2015A to solve the problem between TSP and by using artificial bee colony algorithm. And here are the results. This is the best shortest distance, which is have 200 iteration. Every iteration have the shortest distance, and the best shortest distance is iteration 200, with the shortest distance is 3,974 kilometers. And this is optimal route for the traveler to travel all 29 cities with starting at the city number 1 and back to the city number 1. For model validations, the obtained results have been compared with the shortest distance from Library of Traveling Assessment Problem. For TSP library, the shortest distance is 2,054 kilometers, while in this research, by using ABC algorithm, the shortest distance is 3,974 kilometers. By using equation the percentage of difference, it shows that 63.7% of difference between the obtained result and the optimal value. Although the percentage difference value is quite high, however, based on the graph, the shortest distance obtained show a pattern of decreasing. Fourth section, conclusion and recommendation. For conclusion, I have used ABC algorithm to solve traveling assessment problem, and the data was collected from the TSP library, which is from West Institute Berlin. The dataset consists 29 cities in Bavaria, and I have used MATLAB software version R2015A to solve TSP using ABC algorithm. And the results show that the best solution for the shortest distance for traveler is 3,974 kilometers. For recommendation, to support future researchers who want to use ABC algorithm to solve TSP, I suggest to increase the number of population or the number of iteration or the number of bees that we'll use in the MATLAB. This is because from the result in the graph, it showed that decreasing pattern, and if we increase the number of iteration or the increased number of population and it increase our number of bees, it will be more shortest distance. Next, I suggest to researcher to use any other methods or use any improvement ABC algorithm, such as hybrid ABC algorithm, heuristic ABC algorithm. That's all from me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nur Ainul Hayati. So that is an interesting project involving the bee colony algorithm. So right now, the judge for this project is Dr. Yuslenita Muda and also Dr. Rahmat Kurniawan. I open the session. I open for question and answer for about 3 minutes.
Thank you for the invitation. A good presentation, Nur Ainul Hayati. Your presentation is clear enough. But one question that I want to ask is about, have you compare your method in here to another method?
I already search with using this data, 29 cities, but
Yes.
I didn't find that the research use that data.
No,
I
I
just
mean, mhm.
I just found the optimum result that in the library. But when I want to compare with other method, I
Yes.
don't find any method that have used that data.
Oh, I see. I mean, if do you know another method? I mean, can you input the data to another method? I mean that like that, so we can compare where is the shortest way to get the city.
I did not compare with other method. I just compare the result with the optimum result that have from the library.
So how can we say that your method is better solving problem then?
Okay, when I want to say that my method is useful, then maybe I should increase the number of iteration to make sure that the distance will be less from the optimal result from the TSP library.
Okay. From Miss, I think it's enough. Rahmat Kurniawan,
Thank
maybe
you,
you have
Doctor.
another question.
Okay, if there is no question from second judge, let's proceed with the second presenter. So thank you, Ms. Nur Ainul Hayati and also Dr. Yuslenita Muda. For the second project, it is called Intelligent Traffic Light System by Ms. Nadia Akilah binti Cik Malik from University of Putra, Malaysia. Over to you.
Hi, can you see this?
Yes.
Hi everyone, good morning. Today I will present to you about my topic, which is intelligent traffic light system. But before I present my slide, I will introduce myself first. My name is Nadia Akilah Cik Malik. I am from University Putra Malaysia, from Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology. Okay. Have you have you guys seen this situation before? I think everyone must seen this situation before. If you can see in this animation, is the cars are queuing on the roads, and this call is traffic jam. So for example, in our daily life, especially in the city area, we can see the biggest issue or the biggest problem is the traffic jam. But however, in the urban area, the traffic jam become the lowest problem for them. So why this happen? There are a lot of factors that contribute to this problem, but one of them is high waiting time of vehicles for green signal lead them to wait for the pedestrian cross the zebra crossing. Second is that emergency vehicle was not given high priority, especially when the traffic light in red. So that's why we create intelligent traffic light system where there are camera module attached on the traffic light where its function is to capture image or video of the vehicles. Then it will convert to image processing to the Raspberry Pi. From the Raspberry Pi microcontroller, it will send a signal to the traffic light to decide which road will turn on green signal. So this animation shows us how intelligent traffic light system works. As you can see, there are emergency vehicle pass through the road. So how can the traffic light detect as soon as the emergency vehicle pass road, uh, the uh, the traffic light turn into green signal. Then other vehicles they stop to give way to emergency vehicle pass through. That is the we want to achieve where this system can reduce delay of the vehicles due to high waiting time for pedestrian cross the zebra crossing. Second is can detect the red siren of the beacon on emergency vehicle. So this image show us the current system of traffic light, where the existing system have the same duration of green signal of traffic light. For example, if the duration of green signal is 10 seconds, other road will apply 10 seconds before they turn into the red signal. Second, is this the system do not know if the emergency vehicle pass through the road. This is the common thing that we see in our daily life where where every time the emergency vehicle want to pass through the road, the vehicles will stop beside the road to give a way to the emergency vehicle to pass through. This image shows the intelligent traffic light system where this system will give high priority to the highest density of the road. For example, if there are maximum number of the vehicles, the traffic light will turn into green signal. Second, the system add the feature where it can detect emergency vehicle by its siren. Before I end my presentation, I will leave you with a quote. The Internet of Things has the potential to change the world just as the Internet did, maybe more so. This is from Kevin Ashton, developer of IoT. That's all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Miss Nadia Akila. So I'll open for question and answer session by the judges.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Salam.
In my
I can't hear.
For Akila.
Yes. I can't hear well.
Uh,
Yes, yes, can.
Probably Dr. Rahmat can ask the question by typing it at the chat location, at the chat function.
Okay. Nur Akila, thank you for the interest the topic. Sorry, there's delay. It is clear, Doctor, now?
Clear.
Okay, Nadia, Miss Nadia, maybe you can stop your presentation first.
Oh, stop.
Stop the
I want to ask you,
sharing.
what the kind of algorithm that you use for processing?
For inner processing, I use oh, wait, for this I use morphological processing.
Morphology processing algorithm. Yeah, morphology algorithms.
Yes.
Okay, and the second question is your system can recognize the size of the vehicle.
Yes. Pardon.
Is the you recognize the size of or the pattern of
No. Not the size. Only can detect uh, the the vehicles.
Okay, Dr. Rahmat, maybe you can type your comment to the presenter because we cannot hear you clearly. Dia tak dengar.
no? So the excellence, right?
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have connection problem. So thank you, Dr. Rahmat and also Miss Nadia Akila. We will move on to the third project entitled Decision Support System for Smartphone Recommendation. The comparison of fuzzy AHP and fuzzy ANP in multi-attribute decision making. So please welcome Ms. Hidayati Rusnedi from State Islamic University of Sultan Sharif Qasim, Riau.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hidayati Rusnedi. I'm from UIN Sustaria, Indonesia. So at this time, I would like to present about my research with the title Decision Support System Smartphone Recommendation, the Comparison, Fuzzy Analytical Hierarchy Process, and Fuzzy Analytical Network Process in Multi-Attribute Decision Making. Okay, first I would like to talk about the introduction. Multi-attribute decision making is the one of decision-making method in choosing the alternative based on several attributes. There are many methods in multi-attribute decision making. Fuzzy analytical hierarchy process and fuzzy analytical network process are the one of the problem-solving method in multi-attribute decision making. Analytical hierarchy process and analytical network process are a method formulated by Saati. Analytical hierarchy process solves the problem by ranking recommendation of alternative. But in this method, still have any weakness. So Saati developed the analytical network process. Fuzzy analytical hierarchy process and fuzzy analytical network process provide the similar operation state, comprising two treatment of criteria from human responses. To make a comparison, the case study used in this research by a smartphone recommendation. Okay, next, the comparison of the above method is seen from the aspect of, first, structure graphical development, second, the value of a consistency index, third, the consistency ratio on weighting criteria, four, comparison metrics, five, execution time, and the last is accuracy. Okay, this is the purpose of this research. Comparison of fuzzy analytical hierarchy process and fuzzy analytical network process method with case smartphone recommendation in multi-attribute decision making. This is the scope of problem in this research. First criteria, we use price, RAM, internal memory, processor, and camera. Alternative, we use Oppo F11, Oppo Reno, Vivo S1, Vivo Z1 Pro, and Redmi Note 7. And the object of this research is university students. Okay, we move on to talk about the research method. This research began by identifying problem related to criteria and alternative used in determining smartphone selection. And then in model-based analytical, we process the data with the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process and fuzzy analytical network process. And then we comparing both of these methods. Next, decision support system, smartphone recommendation designs, and the last, decision support system codification and testing. Okay, this is step process of fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. First, structuring the problem hierarchy and pairwise metric comparison between criteria with triangular fuzzy number scale to find consistent value on the comparison matrix. Second, calculating the value of fuzzy synthesis. Third, computing the factor value for the fuzzification ordinary value. Fifth, normalizing value of fuzzy factor weight. Sixth, calculating the final weight recommendation. And the last, this step is processed by summing the multiplication of criteria value against its alternative value. And this is the step of fuzzy analytical network process. As we know, fuzzy analytical network process and fuzzy analytical hierarchy process have similar in process. At the first step is similar with AHP, create problem structure and calculate pairwise metric comparisons and priority factor like analytical hierarchy process. And the second step is supermetric formation. If criteria are interrelated, then a network replaces the hierarchy. And the last step is the alternative with the highest overall priority will be selected and the best alternative in the first rank. Okay, now we talk about the result and discussion. In this picture, we can see in figure 2a show the correlation between criteria and alternative based on fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. And in figure 2b presents the reciprocal correlation and dependency between criteria in fuzzy analytical network process. Okay, this is comparative of weight criteria and recommendation. Can we see in this table the value weight criteria and value weight and recommendation in fuzzy analytical network process have bigger value more than the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. And next, comparative analysis of product recommendation. In this table, we can see 3 samples of students. In the first and third student give same recommendation, but in the second sample student have difference. In the 4 rank in fuzzy analytical hierarchy process give Redmi Note 7 for recommendation, and in the fuzzy analytical network process give P4S1. And the 5 rank is in fuzzy analytical hierarchy process give recommendation P4S1, and in the fuzzy analytical network process give Redmi Note 7. Okay, comparative analysis of execution time. In this table, we can see fuzzy analytical network process need more longer time than the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. And then comparative analysis of accuracy testing, a simulation testing of 25 students, 17 similar data of fuzzy analytical hierarchy process, and 21 data of fuzzy analytical network process indicated that fuzzy analytical network process produced a greater percentage of accuracy, 84%, than the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process, 68%. And the final is conclusion. Fuzzy analytical network process provides better performance with average value of 40% higher than fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. Fuzzy analytical network process takes a longer execution time than the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. And fuzzy analytical network process accuracy is 16% better than fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. So, fuzzy analytical network process provide effective and optimal recommendation for smartphone selection and fulfills user preference. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. I'm sorry if I did a mistake. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Hidayat Musnedi. So I'll open for question and answer session from your judges, Dr. Arbi and Dr. Evizal.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I have small questions for the presenter. Thank you for your presentations. So I wonder why you compare 2 different fuzzy methods in this research. Have you tried to compare the performance with the other method other than fuzzy methods? So what?
I choose this method. Why I comparing? Because we know fuzzy analytical network process is developed by after fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. In analytical hierarchy process have weakness, so develop the analytical network process. So in fuzzy analytical hierarchy process and fuzzy analytical network process have similar in process. So I want to the comparing between this method. Where the difference between these 2 methods?
Yeah, so basically you already have your like you can predict which one is better before you actually conducting the experiment. So why not try to use the current method, for example, the latest algorithm, for example, to compare it with the fuzzy method?
I'm sorry, can you repeat again?
Well, sorry. I mean, before conducting this experiment, I think you already have your hypothesis which one is better, because you know that which fuzzy methods has limitation, then you try to compare it with the better fuzzy methods. So what I'm trying to ask, why don't you try to compare it with other method than fuzzy method? The latest algorithm, for example, that can you use other than fuzzy method?
Because I did the research before, the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process has many comparing with another method, and fuzzy analytical hierarchy process and fuzzy analytical network process is just a little comprising research comprising. So I want to comparison this both method.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your answer.
Dr. Avizal, do you have any question?
Sorry. I mute microphone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Actually, I have a similar question with Dr. Arbi. Have you explore or the right other methods like pro and con when you're using these fuzzy logics or these methods? Have you compare which other methods that similar? Let's say other method A, you write pro and cons, and with the final decision you use these methods. Can you say other similar method that can use in your methodologies?
Because I think
It's okay. I mean, it's like this. When you decide to use a methodology or algorithms, you said compare to others methods, so people knows why you choose these algorithms. Why? What is the reasons? Although others algorithm can be used, so your final decisions these better algorithms in implement to in your system. Can you say any other methods, maybe algorithm that can be used?
I don't use any algorithm to comparing. I just see the review of the another journal, and I see that the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process much comparing with another journal, with another method, and just a little in the fuzzy analytical network process.
Okay, I understand. So it's not a strong justification because why you use, because this algorithm can be used. It's not a strong enough justification when you use these methods to your application or your system.
I'm sorry, sir. I can hear you clearly.
Okay. How about now? It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I mean, you should write good enough justification, the reasons, so people know, this method is better because of this, the advantage of this algorithm. So I use this one. So the last question, can you say something application of your repeat again your application, your proposal or your just now you slide I just see what the real application later on or your further developments of your systems. Let's say implementation or application for the real world later on. Any idea?
I can hear you.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I can hear you.
you can hear me. How about now? I can hear you clearly. I can see you. I
Yes.
can help. Now
Yes.
it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can you say something about the implementation or application of your profession project just now?
Implementation. Um,
Any idea this system maybe apply for the good for the application for the real world later on?
my implementation in recommendation smartphone. I make the system for a recommendation a smartphone for students university. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all. Adata, thank you so much. These are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Avizal, and thank you also to Dr. Arfi and Ms. Hidayati. That is all for the third presenter. Now, so far we have seen three exciting and innovative research which seek to improve the lives of the society in general. Therefore, extending this theme, we will now look at smart garbage monitoring system utilizing the Internet of Things technology. I would like to welcome Mr. Muhammad Amirul Roshad bin Muhammad Halim from UITM Perlis.
Muhammad Amirul, please unmute your microphone.
Sorry, I'm find the mute button. Where's the unmute button? Sorry, yes.
Amirul, we cannot see your slide.
Slide. Okay. Voice can hear?
Yes, can.
Okay. Sorry, sir. For the slide. Okay, the slide. Yes.
Yeah, I can see the slide.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to UITM Perlis lecturers, honorable guest lecturers and students, and my fellow friends. I wish a very welcome to all of you. I hope we have an enjoyable moment together. Before I proceed, my name is Muhammad Amir Roshad bin Muhammad Halim. I'm supervised by Ms. Siti Sarah Mat Ilyas. My project is IoT-based smart garbage monitoring system using Arduino and Blink. This is the presentation outline. We go to the introduction. We have the problem statement. For the first one is the ideal. To promote a clean environment, it will be convenient if there is a system to monitor the garbage in a real time. That is the problem right now. It's some waste management process where the janitors and student representative committee have to check every level of each residential college to collect waste daily. For the consequences, it's time consuming for janitors to check every floor of each residential college. This is the three objectives of this project. The first one is to design the IoT-based smart garbage monitoring system that detect the level of garbage displayed in LCD, also in the Blink application. Second one is to help janitors and student representative committee in monitoring the capacity of the garbage. And last is to validate the user acceptance test for garbage monitoring system. We proceed to the scope. The targeted user is contracted janitors and student representative committee, involve a residential college in a public university in Malaysia, developed with IoT integrated with Blink application to monitor the garbage level. This is the significant. Assist user to monitor the garbage level on an LCD embedded on dustbin, also in the Blink application. User also able to view the infographic detail in the Blink. The last, assist user to identify the location of dustbin. And next we proceed to the software and hardware. This is the main hardware used in this project, which the first one is LCD I2C 102, not MCU version 2, Arduino Uno RT, humidity sensor, which is the model DHT11, ultrasonic sensor, and the last one is servo motor. This is the software. The first one is freezing for design the wiring diagram construction. The second one is Blink, which is the cloud provider, also the interface of this project. The last is the Arduino IDE, which all the coding or syntax is right in the software. Proceed to methodology. The model that I use is Agile model, which consists 5-phase planning, design, develop, testing, and evaluation. Why I use the Agile model? Because it iteration process. In each in phases have the minor testing. This is the inside the dustbin have humidity sensor to measure the relative humidity in dustbin. Also, on the bottom of the lid of dustbin have ultrasonic sensor to measure the distance between the sensor to the garbage. So this component will send to the live data to Arduino Uno, which is the microcontroller. This live data will process and generate with the non-MCU, which the Wi-Fi controller, and send it to the Blink cloud. So user can view the data via the Blink application. This is the first prototype visualization that with the 3D, have LCD, have ultrasonic sensor, non-MCU, humidity sensor, and servo motor, as mentioned before. This is the prototype visualization also the output that we have done. The left image is been that with the LCD and the ultrasonic sensor. The second one is the box or container that contain the IoT component. The third one is the LCD that view the garbage level, and humidity level. This is the link interface, which is LED, Google Map, bar level, and LCD also. This is one of the features. For the left side is the user can get the alert from email. For the first alert is 80%. When the garbage is reached to the 80%, it will alert the user. Also, when the dustbin has full with 100%, it also will alert the user. Right is the Blink application that will alert the user when it 100% full. Next is this is the demo video, but I can share it if needed in the chat section. This is the testing I have done. Next, proceed to the this is the Google Meet that conduct the UAT for the analysis. This is the diagram. It shows the result from UAT questionnaire. The UAT is a measure from the 4 components, which is the perceived ease of use, intention to use, surface design, purpose. 4 component shows that the range of mean more than 3.34, which is all these output the positive feedback from the intended user. So on the result, it can concluded that all the objectives mentioned before have been achieved. But this the limitation of the project. The first one, the automated open and close lead, was technically achieved, but due the weight after all the IoT component was placed under the lead, the SG90 motor called the effort to push lid of the dustbin to open the dustbin, because servo motor SG90 just support 1.6 kilogram. So we can improve by change the servo motor by MG995, which support to 10 kilogram. The next one, the humidity label was not displayed as wet or dry waste. This project just shows the humidity in the percentage. The lower the percentage, the greater the waste. So so efficient, but we can change it to the state of wet or dry waste. The last is the dustbin is only developed for indoor use, since it not waterproof product. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Muhammad Amirul. This is an interesting project for a residential college. So I will allow for question and answer session. Over to the judges, Dr. Evizal and also Dr. Arbi.
Okay, I have questions for Amirul. Thank you for your presentation. I wonder why you use two microcontroller. Why you use Arduino and also not MCU? Why not just use not MCU? Because as you see as you show the limitations, the weight of the microcontroller and all the things makes it's difficult for the motor to open the lid. So maybe just using a small not MCU is very light compared to the Arduino. You can just you can use only a not MCU and connect it to internet right away.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, the first of all, I proposed the project. I just want to use Arduino, but when I try, I fail. So after at the end, I decide to use two, because I not have much time to study about to do a wiring for the two MCU and the coding. So I proceed the Arduino Uno and MCU combine it, because I use the MCU and use the Arduino Uno as the 5 volt to support the 5 volt Vulkan, because no MCU the 5 volt slot I have used it. Then for the servo motor it can, like Doctor said, it can be used if I use one non MCU, but I have used two, so I proceed it. But I'm the limited budget, I just buy the SG90 servo motor.
Okay, so maybe for the implementations in the future, you can just use not MCU. I think
Okay, yes.
It will be enough.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello? Hello, Amirul?
Yes.
I can use it. Okay, I have a question. You use a humidity sensor. Is it the purpose to differentiate wet and dry rubbish or garbage?
It to identify the state of the garbage, but I just in the project I just make it in the percentage. So if the percentage as the percentage decrease, so the weighted the waste. But this can be improved by state the output with the dry waste or wet waste.
So is it that garbage garbage bins? Is it the purpose for wet or dry? Is it specific for wet or dry rubbish that you use humidity sensor to differentiate? So you can use a mix rubbish.
can just mix, so it show the percentage. So the lower the weighter the the dustbin, which mean the dustbin is more with the weighter waste. So it can improve when provide the percentage will remain, but with the output with the wet or the dry waste. It more to dry waste, it more to the wet waste.
Okay. So you sense. I just wonder why you use humidity, because is it accurate enough to differentiate the wet and dry rubbish? A second thing is you use ultrasonic sensor.
Yes.
How long the distance you set? Maximums?
Maximum, I'm quite remember, but I have 5 level, which is 0, 20%, 50%, 80%, and 100%. In each percentage, I had set the measure the distance, which is 0 to 3 centimeter, 100% full, 5, 3 to, and so on.
I mean, the maximum how long? Is it 30 cm, 50 cm, 1 meter?
Yes. How the max I quite remember, but I think I set to 10 cm, 10 or 11 cm
Maximums.
maximum of the dustbin. I'm not bring the dustbin.
10 cm is quite short. Just simple thing. Maybe you can check your head of the dustbin. This suppose the dustbin is the head of dustbin. I One thing is when you do testing, do you have experience of noise something? Let's say because the ultrasonic sensing, it can sense anything when they are anything is passing through the sensor. Is we can sense. Let's say your dustbin still empty, but the rubbish is blocking your sensing, so indicate the your rubbish is 80% or 100%. Do you have experience on this kind of things?
No, beauty not my thing. When I do this project, I explore and learn to do this project. And they are, yes, like Doctor said, it's not accurate. Ultrasonic sensor just send the distance. Maybe it's for in the bottom it's not full of garbage, but it high, so it come to 50%. But it can be improved plus with the weight sensor, but I
Oh, I
cannot
see.
do it.
I see. So you have to install another weight sensor to measure the
Yes.
weight of the rubbish. It's okay.
Yes.
Later you can improve something like AIs or like analyticals. So when there are this kind of the result. Last thing is a question. Can you say something related, because your topic is IoT, Internet of Things?
Yes.
How you related to the IoT about your system or your sensing? Internet of Things.
Okay. Why my project is IoT, because all this is use sensor and the wiring connection, and this is same process with the microcontroller and have some coding, and uh, integrate with the cloud provider, which is Blink application.
Okay. It's okay. Actually, you can
you.
sorry. Last question.
Thank you. That is all the time we have, Dr.
Oh,
Abizal.
okay.
Maybe you
Thank you.
can continue in another medium, the question,
Thank you, Doctor. Sorry,
because
I
we need to
over the time.
proceed with another presenter.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, now we will look at an information system entitled Academic Supervision Management System. And please welcome Sheila Elwina Fitri from Universitas Islam Riau.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Shalay Aldwina from
Sorry, Sheila, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Shalay Aldwina from Informatics Engineering, Universitas Islam Riau. Okay. In the lecture process, there are various activities, including lectures, work assignment, practicum, and a final year project. The process of preparation and the procedure of final year project is different in each campus. In Informatics Engineering, Islamic University of Riau, we have several stages of final year project preparation process like this. First, submission of final year project title. Second, making guidance decisions. Third, proposal seminar. Fourth, result seminar. And fifth, comprehensive defense. The maximum of processing is 1 year. However, the implementation of this final year project still frequent obstacle. Why that happen? The problem is, number one, the absence of a management system regarding the final year project guidance process for submitting title to a comprehensive defense. Number two, students are less enthusiastic in completing the final year project because there is no system that can provide motivation, fun, and other interesting things in final year project preparations. Number three, information. Number three, information obtained by supervisor in monitoring student final year project preparation has not been obtained in detail. So we need a method that can solve this problem. Have you ever thought a complete final year project like play a game, a winning mission in a game? Get a point that show your improvement, level up, get a badge, membership for successfully completing a certain mission or challenge, your name at the highest rank on the leaderboard, and you get the highest reward if you successfully complete all levels in the game. For that, let us talk about the method called gamifications. Gamification was first introduced by Nick Pelling in 2002 at the presentation at the Technology Entertainment Design event. What is gamification? Gamification is a learning approach using element and strategy in a game into a non-game environment to improve motivations and engagement and can solve a problem with a one process. Now the question is it possible to apply the gamification methods in a final year project? We proudly answer the question with yes, of course. Let us introduce you to research with title final year project supervision management system using gamification methods. So what will change with the existence of the system? Compared to the current system, it's still manual. In the process of monitoring students through data on students who are submitting final year project in the title proposal, final year project proposal guidance, proposal seminar examinations, seminar result guidance, result seminar examination, and comprehensive defense. Then, with this system, it will run out like this. Students choose a level, do missions, get points from each mission, get bench when they successfully complete all levels, then move up to the next level, and students provide guidance at every level. Then, users who will use the system are admin, supervisor, and sure students. Well, we will make this system. So, what programming language to use? There are JavaScript, HTML, PHP, and MySQL as the database management system. Then, what about the game element that previously mentioned? The game elements are divided into first level. Determinant of the level of gamification is based on the stage in the earlier project preparations that have been determined by the study program from level 1 until level 5 with a different stage. Second, rewards. There are 3 sub-points of rewards. First, points. Points in the system are obtained when students successfully complete the mission at each level. Each level have a different points. Number 2, badge. There are 3 badges, as diligent as R, quite diligent as CR, and lazy as M. The badge is earned 1 at the end of each level. And number 3 is trophy. Trophy will be obtained if students have completed all level. We can say that the student will get this trophy if they have successfully completed their final year project. And elements number 3 is leaderboard. Leaderboard will display the results of accumulated points from students. This leaderboard page displays the badge and user level on the leaderboard. We can see that number 10 in the rating, Gading Teguh Santoso have a M badge, that is lazy badge. And the number 1 is Rinda Puspita Dewi as the highest rank with the 2 badge as the legends and have a point like, then they have a point 320, and she is have a her final project with the time that have in the every level. So this badge has student get the badge from if they can finish the project in every level minimum from under the minimum time, they will get the diligent and have a final project process finished between maximum and minimum time. They will get quite diligent, and more than the maximum time, they will be get lazy ones. Like getting Teguh Santoso will get the lazy one as M. And this leaderboard which aim to build motivation so that this student complete in pursuit achievement and build the mental discipline so that student can complete their level on time. So I'll show you how the system works in the following short video.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Sheila, but just to remind you that you have another 2 minutes left for your presentation. Okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, the conclusion of our research is with the application of the gamification concept in the academic supervision management system, students can be more effective in preparation of the final year project and can complete the final year project on time. Based on testing using a questionnaire with 20 respondents, we get the results as our system is easy to use and implementable. That's all from me. I'm Sheila Eldwina. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. So I will open for question and answer session. Your judges are Dr. Khairul Anwar Siddiq from UiTM Perlis and Yang Mulia Raja Azlina binti Raja Mahmud from University of Putra, Malaysia.
Can I go first? Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Sheila, talking about your system, you are trying to motivate students to finish off the project on time, I assume, right? So, but have you discussed this system with the potential supervisors? What kind of benefit can supervisors gain from this? I mean, would it help in completing the FYP itself by having this system implemented? Thank you.
Pardon me, ma'am. To student or supervisor?
Supervisors, at the supervisors level, have you interviewed them? Have you asked them, will it be beneficial for this system
Yeah.
in place? So with this system, you are saying that everyone can view students' progress, right?
Not everyone, ma'am. Just student who have an account of the system. And student who have account is the student who have submitting the final year project title.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's meaning you can view your friends' progress, right? So you have talked to your supervisor, and he says or she says that this is a good system. And how does this system help at your supervisors actually? And what I'm saying is that points. So at the end of the day, you get points, you get badge. That's about it. But in terms of implementing, completing the process, the supervision itself, supervisors, where is the supervisors' roles in this system?
Rules for supervisor, ma'am? Okay. Supervisor, when the students submit their file, there is a three different type of submit file. There is a file with a browse file, like a document, pictures, and number two is from link. We can share a link from our Google Drive, for example. And number three is a note. And in the supervisor, they can validate our file. If our file is not accepted, we can, as student, we can re-upload the file or our file, and supervisor will check again our file like that. So for the benefit of this system for supervisor, I think it can help the supervisor to monitoring the students who have do the final year project, something like that. So it can be more controllable. I think we can know who is the student that do the final project.
Okay, thank you very much then.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. Maybe we can have one question from Dr. Khairul Anwar.
Hi, Sheila. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You mentioned that the problem, you have two problem. No, lack of monitoring in detail. Your supervisor cannot monitor in detail. So, in your system, how your system can provide monitoring the student in detail using gamification? Is gamification can monitor the student in detail? What you mean detail, and how you your system overcome this problem?
How to monitoring students, sir?
Yeah, how your system can monitor the student in detail that you mentioned in your problem.
Yeah, maybe just a short answer from Sheila because we are running out of time. Just a short answer from Sheila.
Can you understand the
Sir,
overall?
sir?
How your system can monitor the students in detail using gamification? Is gamification method can monitor the student in detail?
Oh, okay. How method can monitoring students in detail, sir, like that?
Yeah.
Okay. In every level, we have a different stage students can do the steps. So in every level, we have steps one by one in like to complete the values of subjects in lecturers like that. So in supervisor can see how how far the students have finished the project like that from the level and every criteria on the level, sir.
How
Okay, thank you, Sheila.
Okay. Okay,
The
thank you.
Tarikh,
sir.
maybe you
Thank you,
can ask in another medium to proceed with any discussion. Thank you also to Puan Yang Mulia Raja Azlina and to the presenter. Now, for the first session, we have seen 5 presenters with their very innovative research projects. That is all for session 1. So thank you to the presenters, thank you to all judges, and also to fellow audience. I will hand over the session to our Master of Ceremony, Mr. Abdul Hafiz.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aznora, for chairing the session. All right, before I forgot, I would like kindly for all the audience to fill out the attendance for your e-certificate. And you can get the link in the chat section, right? So we're not going to waste any more time because it's already 10 in the morning, Malaysian time. So we will move to the second session. Okay, to the second session. And ladies and gentlemen, before that, let me introduce to you guys the judges for the second morning session. So our first judge for our second session is, excuse me, Yang Mulia Raja Azlina bin Raja Mahmud from University Putra Malaysia. Next, we have Dr. Abida Haji Taib from UiTM Perlis. The third one is Dr. Huda Zura Abdul Halim from UiTM Perlis also. And our fourth judge is Dr. Khairul Anwar Siddiq, also from UiTM Perlis. And finally, from University Putra Malaysia, Mr. Ahmad Alauddin Arifin. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm going to hand over the mic to our second chairperson for the second session, Ms. Azlina Akil. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hafiz. Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Welcome to session 2 of the International Undergraduate Research Project Colloquium. In this session, we are going to listen to 5 more presentations. Okay, the first presenter is Ms. Eva Nurafni Kurnia Hidayat from Universitas Islam Riau. The second presenter is Ms. Rizka Hafsari from State Islamic University of Sultan Sharif Qasim Riau, followed by Ms. Maizatul Ahmar bin Jafridin from UiTM Perlis. The fourth presenter is Mr. Muhammad Abdul Shahid bin Hasri from University Putra Malaysia, and the final presenter is Mr. Muhammad Amir Aufa bin Muhammad Abdullah from University Technology Mara Perlis. Each presenter is given 8 minutes to deliver the presentation and additional 3 minutes for question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, I would like to call upon Ms. Eva Nurafni Kurnia Hidayat with the project title JobVis Knowledge Graph Visualization of Job Street. Her presentation will be evaluated by Yang Mulia Raja Azlina binti Raja Mahmud from University Putra Malaysia and Dr. Abidah Taib from UiTM Perlis. Ms. Eva.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to say thank you for participation in our presentation. Good to see you. As introduce myself. My name is Evan Rafni. I'm a student from Islamic University of Faculty of Engineering Informatics Department. In this opportunity, we would like present our result about knowledge gap visualization of job sheets. So, we will get introduction and problem statement. Based on data from statistics agency as of 2019, the number of open employment people in Indonesia is 7.05 million people. At this same digital information, technology is increasing developing, where information is stored, modified, and this very useful for job. Sorry, sir, and miss, any problem? And this time digital information technology in increasing developing, where information more quickly create, stored, modified, and disseminated. This is very for job seeker to find vacancy information that is faster, more precise, and accurate. One of the digital information technology that provider job vacancy is the job sheet. The job sheet website provides job vacancy in various industries and companies located in several countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam. Of the countries, certain that there is a lot of data stored or data that we build modified, such as adding or wrapping. From this description, this question is how organize this much data? For organizing data without being based on mathematical relations such as relation database, a graph database is needed. After analysis is out, it can be seen that the job street website has not, despite the relationship between the company job street website has not provided a search form based on years of experience, job specification, job opening, job closing that company's capacity, benefit, language, uniform, and effort of processing time. Therefore, this research is made to complement search that are not yet available on the job street. Well, the result of this study will produce job vacancy information in graph form. So from the previous, we use data collection as a in this research. Data collection is taken from a website job sheet with web scraping technique, and the data will be implemented in knowledge graph. The job sheet website was chosen of scraping. Scraping process will produce job vacancy data, which is stored in the Neo4j database. This is media designed to be built. The admin will carry out the web scraping process using the get link obtained from the job street website. After the link has been successfully obtained, data retrieval will be continued with will produce job vacancy data. The resulting job vacancy data are stored in the Neo4j database to be displayed on the job search visualization based on knowledge depth. Job seeker looking for job information can browse job search visualization based on knowledge depth. In this schema of graph database, in the graph database, there are 4 labels and link, industry, company, and job. The link labels store job street URLs obtained from the grid process with V-scraping technique. Industrial lab store various types of industries. Job label store job detail and company label store company details. Industry label is related to company using industry type property, and company label with related job label use property company's name. So, I want to show about system. This is login. Use admin and job seeker, and registration form use job seeker. If we can have the account with grab visualization of job street, if job seeker can have the account, we must create the new account, click the register button. So
Excuse
if
me,
we
Ms.
want,
Eva, you have 1 more minute to go.
create new account, we must input fill the forms. So if we want the system, we will see admin interface. This is interface admin, and its interface job seeker interface. So after login, we will see there are options to find job vacancy what we want. The first is option opt-in of industry. So if cost insurance, this is see we can describe based on vacancy what we trust from the option. So this not.
Excuse me, Ms. Eva, can you please finish your last sentence because we are running out of time. Thank you. Okay, please go to the conclusion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss. So that my presentation about knowledge graph. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Eva. Any question from judges?
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning, Eva.
Yes.
Eva, you can hear me, right? Okay, thank you for your presentation. But there are some missing points that I would like to know. From your research, from your study of the job street form, what are the big issues or the weaknesses you found, and how does your project solve the problem?
Right, ma'am. Because job street website job street has not displayed the relation between industry, company, job, and the job street website has not provided a search form based on years of experience, job specification, job opening date, job closing date, company's link, company's capacity, benefits, limits, uniform, and average of processing time.
Okay, can you show your system? How in your system that you discover the problem, and how your recommendation to solve the problem?
This is search job opening data or 30 September. This is so companies and competition and will click not show link job street. If click company show link for company.
So are you saying that companies that are looking for employees can rely on the job street, and also how about the unemployed people, can they rely on the job street? What is your findings?
This admin will carry out the scraping processing using get link obtained from the job street website. Then link has been successfully obtained. Data relevant will be contained with we will produce job vacancy data. Then this is example admin interface. This is example admin at data and one plus one for to 5 page. One page has 20 job vacancy. Next, after input first page and last page, get a button search, and then show this total link from job sheet. After get input in Neo4j database, next admin get data, then and so data in company the job vacancy.
Can I ask one last questions? Just one questions. So what's so important about having this relationship, this graph relationship for us?
This is a relation label industry relation with company from property kin of industry, and then label company and jobs relation with property company's name.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Eva, Dr. Abidah, and Yang Mulia Raja. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next we move to the second presenter, Ms. Rizka Hafsari from State Islamic University of Sultan Sharif Qasim Riau. Her project is optimizing placement of field experience program and integration of Mura and rule-based decision making. The presentation will be evaluated by Dr. Huda Zura Abdul Halim from UiTM Perlis and Dr. Khairul Anaside also from UiTM Perlis. Over to you, Ms. Rizka.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
see my presentation slide. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear chairperson and the judges, all audiences, ladies and gentlemen of the International Undergraduate Research Colloquium, good morning. In this session, I'd like to present written by Okvalita and me, Rizka Hafsari, from Faculty of Science and Technology, State Islamic University of Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau. In the title, Optimizing Placement of Field Experience Program and Integration of Mora and Rule-Based Decision Making. Please enjoy. The first, introduction. What is the FEP? The FEP, or the Field Experience Program, is a program to improve the quality of students, which is a mandatory requirement before taking the final assignment course at the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. And then the problems occurred of this program are, firstly, ineffective administrative procedures, that is long time access and overload of students placement in one school. Secondly, the quality and imbalance of student competencies that are delivered by school needs. And lastly, the school mileage factor also becomes an obstacle for the student in applying discipline and finance. Then, the importance of the teachers' roles of these programs are especially related to the formation of professionalism of the new teachers, a high demand of policy and effective mechanism during the placement of students as prospective teachers in this FEP. And the last, the consideration of stakeholders' perspective at the side of student needs, FEP committees, and schools. The second, research purpose. The research purpose of this program is to integrate Mora and rule-based decision-making of field experience program. The third, scope of problem. The scope of problem is divided into student criteria and school criteria. The student criteria involves micro-teaching grades, final GPA, study programs, number of credits, and student address. While the school criteria covers the school accreditation, the school level, the school type, the school facilities, and the school performance. The fourth, research method. The research design is case study by using Mora method. Here are the stages of research method. The first, identification of problems. The identification of problems covers case study in Faculty of Education and Teacher Training by interview. The second, data collection. The data collection involves distributing of questionnaire 260 respondents about criteria of student address. The third, analysis. The analysis covers Mora processing and rule-based processing. In Mora processing, is divided into student criteria and school criteria. And then rule-based processing is combination result about student criteria and school criteria using Mora method. The fourth, application development. The application development uses object-oriented programming and class diagram. And the last, testing. The testing uses black box testing, confusion matrix, and user acceptance tests. That is current process activities. The student applies registration to the system. Then the system validates into faculty database. Then the system present recapitulation result and data classification. From recapitulation result and data classification, committee determine of student placement randomly. Next, decision tree diagram. Department P1 until P7 is divided into Rule 1, Rule 2, and Rule 3. Next, flowchart Mora method. We begin determine alternative, determine criteria, and determine criteria's weight. Then input alternative and assessment criteria, later matrix formation, later normalization matrix, later weight normalization matrix, then determine preference value, and the last final value. The fifth, result and discussion. Here are student preference value, school preference value, integration of Mora and role-based, then the FEP student placement recommendation produce 8 recommendation. Recommendation group 1, recommendation group 2, recommendation group 3, and up to recommendation group 8. And the last, the interface of recommendation result. The calculation can determine accuracy 78.33%. And then the last conclusion. The study is concluded into 4. Firstly, the recommendation system puts forward a group suggestion. Secondly, the suggested solution impact the committee's performance toward the optimal, effective, and efficient service. Thirdly, the role of the administration is playing significant values in managing the knowledge base and data modeling. And the last, future studies are encouraged to design the dynamic and smart DSS system. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rizka. Okay, now I open for question and answer session. Any question from judges?
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what did you use for to decide the weight criteria? The weight criteria that you use. What method did you use to decide the weight?
Because I choose the criteria about the example of the student criteria about final GPA is final GPA is more effective in school to recommendation of the field experience program.
So can I have another question? So what
Sure.
So what is the limitation of Mora that you need to integrate the rule-based decision method?
Because I integrate Mora for and combine the rule-based, because in Mora only to student rank and school rank, and then I choose the rule-based. I choose rule-based for Mora because activities in recommendation for committees in faculty.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Huda. Any question from Dr. Khairul?
Okay, my question was already asked by Dr. Huda. How your determine the accuracy of integration Mura and rule-based decision to get your result?
Pardon, sir?
Why you choose Mura and decision rule-based, integration Mura and rule-based? why you choose this two method to determine to get the result?
Because I integrate the same answer about the judges one, because I integrate more method with rule based, because for combine about student rank and school rank produce recommendation for committee and faculty, and more leads to multiple perspective about about the rule based. I use the rule based to integrate Mora, because the rule based I get for faculty committee for decision. I get the decision of the faculty for committee.
Okay, thank you for the answer. That's all my question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rizka and Dr. Huda, also Dr. Khairul Anwar. Okay, the next presenter is Ms. Maizatul Akmar binti Jafridin. Her project's title is Comparison of Fuzzy Time Series and Arima on Forecasting Tourist Arrivals to Homestay in Pahang. Her presentation will be evaluated by Mr. Ahmad Alauddin Arifin from University Putra Malaysia and Dr. Noraini Nordin from UiTM Perlis. Over to you, Ms. Maizatul.
Thank you, Ms. Ko Azlina. Okay, Assalamualaikum. And first and foremost, I would like to introduce Can you...
Yes, we can hear you, Maizatul.
Okay. Today, I would like to present my study, Comparison of Fuzzy Time Series and Arima Tourist Arrival to Homestay in Pahang. So the researcher is me, and my supervisor is Professor Madia Rohana binti Alias. Introduction. Tourist is the act of people traveling somewhere outside their normal place and staying for some reason for less than one sequential years. The purpose of traveling or relative and so on. Travel and air, sea or rail. The accommodation includes hotel, homestay, friends and relative house. Industry is recognized as one of the main important industry in the world. This industry contributes to the economic growth and will continue to be one of the most country. Top 10 destinations in the world are France, Spain, US, China, Italy, Turkey, Germany, Thailand, and UK. In 2018, Malaysia received 25.8 million tourist arrivals compared to 25.9 million in 2017. Top 5 most visited city in Malaysia are Pahang, Johor, Perak, Selangor, and Negeri Sembilan. Countries with the highest number of tourists to Pahang are from Singapore, China, India, Thailand, Japan, Netherlands, France, Germany, and US. Some of attractive spots in Pahang are Highland, Fraser Hill, Genting Highland, and so on. Okay. Problem statement. The problem statement of this study are there are no best method to in Pahang, and there are no specific method to predict the total number of tourist arrival, and there is a difficulty for the economic sector to plan for the production, service, and infrastructure. There are there are two solutions for the problems. The first one is to use more than one method to forecast in Pahang and compare the forecasting performance by calculating the error measure. The main objective of this study is to identify the best method between fuzzy time series and ARIMA in forecasting tourist arrival. Meanwhile, the objectives are to generate forecasts using fuzzy time series and ARIMA to calculate MSE and MAPE for both methods. This study focused on the tourist arrival to homestay in Pahang by using two methods, fuzzy time series and ARIMA. The data used is secondary data which obtained from tourism Pahang, Malaysia. For the methodology, first the data of tourist arrival to homestay in Pahang from January 2015 to December 2018 have been obtained, and then transform the original data into vertical dataset format, and then the data by using R programming for ARIMA and use Microsoft Excel for fuzzy time series, and also calculate for the error measure. And lastly, interpret and determine which is the best method by checking for the smallest error measure. 7 steps in fuzzy time series. Actual data will transform into percentage value, and then identify the maximum and minimum value. In this study, the maximum value is 98.75 and the minimum value is negative 53.05. And then fuzzy set within same length of interval. In this study, the length of interval is 25. Next, interval. Each interval needs the length of interval that have been calculated. Then list down all the fuzzifications of interval and then frequency distribution that have been generated. After that, the interval will generate in fuzzy trapezoidal number. Then the fuzzified data will produce, and all data need to be categorized into the corresponding fuzzy numbers, and the fuzzy logical relationship was constructed for all data. In step 6, create the fuzzy logical relationship rules by referring to the step 5. Then in this study, there are two rules involved, which is rules 2, one-to-one relationship, and rules 3, one-to-many relationship. Lastly, calculate the forecasted total number of tourist arrival based on in ARIMA. There are 6 steps. First, import the data from Excel, and then divide the data set into 30% for estimation and 70% for estimation and 30% for evaluations. Next, plot the ACF and PSCF correlogram to check for the stationary. Also do the KPSS test and ADF test. Check the stationary. If the p-value is more than 5% for the KPSS test, then it is stationary. Meanwhile, for ADF test, it is not stationary. In this study, it shows that ADF test is not stationary. Since it is not stationary, we need to do the first differencing. First, we need to plot the actual and the first differencing in one graph, and then do the ACF and PACF correlogram again, and test for the stationary for KPSS and ADF test, and it shows that both tests is stationary for the first differential. Next, we continue with the model identifications. Based on the result of error value of MSE, MAPE, and MASE shows that model ARIMA 110 is the best ARIMA model. Next, we compute the error measure for both methods. For fuzzy time series, the value of MSE is 2305.2 and the value of MAPE is 11.92. Meanwhile, for ARIMA, the value of MSE is 424.67 and the MAPE is 24.08. So the conclusion is fuzzy time series is the best method since it gives a smallest MSE and MAPE compared to ARIMA. And recommendations. Future researcher, it is recommend to consider other methods as false winter, ANN, or double smoothing. Compare the classical do a study by comparing fuzzy time series method and improve fuzzy time series method. And lastly, study on the number of tourist arrival in Pahang, the number of domestic tourist arrival in Pahang, or forecast the tourist arrival and tourist expenses as well as the relationship between the two. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maizatul. Any question from our respected judges? Dr. Noraini, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
we can hear you, Doctor.
Okay, I'm sorry, my camera is not
Yes.
functioning. Just a question. I did not hear the previous question. However, the question is, are you measuring from one particular homestay?
No, it's the total number of tourist arrival to homestay in Pahang, all homestay in Pahang.
Okay, how many is that? What is the population like?
Arrival to homestay in Pahang for only in 2018 is 97 97,970. The total for only in 2018.
There's a question from Ahmad Alauddin in the chat.
Okay. Wait. Okay, why I choose these two methods because based on the previous study, these two method is most famous to forecast the tourist arrival, but there are no research on comparing these two methods. So I choose these two methods to compare and to find out which one is the best method.
Okay, when you started out in the comparison, did you envisage which method would work well? Because your problem is comparison, right? Comparison of two methods, right? So what do you expect to happen?
Oh, I want to know whether ARIMA or fuzzy time series is much better to focus total tourist arrival to homestay in Pahang.
Okay, from your LR, what has been shown so far?
Based on LR, different place have different best methods since the total of arrival to every place is different. So some place might have ARIMA as a best method, and some place might have fuzzy time series as the best method.
Okay, thank you. You have any question from Ahmad Alaudin?
Any question from Mr. Ahmad? Okay, Ms. Maizatul, how accurate is the result?
The accuracy of the result, it shows that the MSE, the mapping for both methods is for fuzzy time series 11.92, and for ARIMA is 24.8.08. So the error measure is small, so it is accurate to forecast the tourist arrival.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maizatul, and thank you to our judges. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next presenter. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Abdul Shahid bin Hasri from University Putra Malaysia. His project title is Intelligent Traffic Light Intralight System for Pedestrian. His evaluation will be evaluated by Dr. Abidah Mataib from UiTM Perlis and Dr. Noraini Nordin also from UiTM Perlis. Over to you, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Shahid.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Hello, yes, we can hear you, Shahid.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning to our respected judges, Dr. Abidah and Dr. Noraini from UiTM Perlis and fellow participants. My name is Muhammad Abdul Shahid bin Hasri from Faculty Science, Computer and Information Technology, University Putra Malaysia. First of all, I would like to thank my supervisor, Prof. Rahaya, for guiding me throughout this preparation. So the title of our project is Intralight System for Pedestrian. For your information, Intralight stands for Intelligent Traffic Light. So we go to the next
Excuse
slide.
me, Shahid. Shahid, excuse me.
Okay.
Can you turn on
Can you
your
see?
camera? We can see your
Yeah.
slide, but we cannot see.
Oh. 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 Hello.
No. Just can hear your voice. Okay, we can see you.
Dia ada seorang kami
Just forget. Okay. So can see this picture. So this the situation at the zebra area. In the second picture, are you familiar with the situation? I believe we all have experienced this situation before. As you can see in the second picture, there are a lot of pedestrians waiting to cross the road. During normal hour, this should be not a problem. However, during peak hours, where the road become very packed with a lot of cars and people, many problems arise. So the first one is hard waiting time, even though there is no pedestrian. It will disrupt the flow of traffic for vehicles during peak hours. Second one is low safety for pedestrians. The safety of pedestrians cross the road is low. For example, the duration of green light is same even though a large group want to cross the street, especially at school or university area. The last one is push or pet call button will always be damaged by irresponsible people. So this is our proposed design for intralight system that enable to overcome the stated problem. As you can see, there are a group of pedestrians waiting to cross the road. They are standing inside the waiting zone. In the picture, in the red box. So the CCTV they attach at the traffic light pole will capture and detect the images of those people. The capture image will be sent to Raspberry Pi to be
Excuse
processed.
me.
The Raspberry Pi will activate the traffic light system with suitable duration.
I think your slides are frozen.
Dah lewat kerja ni.
baru boleh makan. Tapi tak boleh makan.
Shahid, are you with us? Hello, Shahid.
Can you get?
Hello.
Hello.
Shahid, we cannot hear you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Can I proceed?
Yes. Please proceed.
Okay. So this is our proposed design for internet system that enable to overcome the stated problem. As you can see, there are a group of pedestrians waiting to cross the road. They are standing inside the waiting zone in the picture red box. The CCTV that attached at the traffic light pole will capture and detect the images of those people. The captured image will be sent to Raspberry Pi to be processed. The Raspberry Pi will activate the traffic light system with suitable duration according to the number of pedestrians inside the waiting zone. Objective for intralight system. First, intralight system able to smoothen the traffic flow by creating a right crossing sequence. Right crossing sequence means which one the system needs to be prioritized first, vehicle or pedestrian. Second one, intelligent traffic light system able to create a right crossing period. For example, when there are a group of people want to cross the road, the duration of green light will be extended according to the number of people and vice versa. One is in intralight system, pedestrian only need to be in the waiting zone to activate the pedestrian traffic light sequence. For your information, we still keep the push button or call button as a second option. And to novelty, in this part, we are going to analyze the previous system that have been used and show the improvement that we are proposing in this study. The existing system the traffic light will be controlled by detect the vehicle and pedestrian density. Second, it is able to ensure the safety of pedestrians while crossing at zebra crossing and help to reduce traffic congestion. Last one, the system also help to cut down time consumption for both vehicle and pedestrian as it limit the waiting time. So these are our references. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Shahid. Now I open for question and answer. Okay, from our judges.
Okay.
Okay, I have only one question. How do you detect the image? You detect it as a full person image or
Shahid, are you with us?
Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Then there is question in chat room. Shahid? Hello, Shahid?
Okay. How do you consider many to yes? Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Shahid, there are two questions in chat room from Dr. Noraini. Okay, the first question from Dr.
You
Noraini.
guys can hear me, right?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you now.
Listen. For the project, we decide to detect. For this time, we like 10 to 20 people and at one time for the detection. So in the sense, detect people with yeah, can differentiate between the older people and the people with bicycle. So we can differentiate the people with different type of disability.
The next part of the question. Do you give longer time for them, the ones with the problems?
The use of CCTV will detect the disability people like older people. If there the older people there, we will extend the duration of their life.
Any more question from Dr. Abida? Okay, Shahid, can you please show us your finding? Your findings. Can you show us your findings?
Can you see?
No.
Can
Not yet.
None.
Still loading.
Or maybe can you describe your solution or can you explain the solution? No, we cannot see your slide.
Okay,
Or maybe you can explain.
okay. For the that I have found. So for the current system, they use call button to activate the pedestrian traffic light. So for our system, we add new features, which is the pedestrian need to stay inside the waiting zone to activate the pedestrian traffic light. As we know, the call button always been damaged by irresponsible people. So for the OpenCV, so for the algorithm, we use histogram of oriented gradient with support vector machine to the pedestrian. before the PKP, this project is under the Putrajaya Holding. But during the PKP, maybe because the RMO, so this project we will do by myself. So maybe I will do the prototype first.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Shahid, okay, Dr. Abida and Dr. Noraini Nordin. Ladies and gentlemen, the final presenter is Mr. Muhammad Amir Alfa bin Muhammad Abdillah. His project entitled Designing Eco Feedback for Gas Emission Detection with Notification. His presentation will be evaluated by Dr. Huda Zuhra binti Abdul Halim from UiTM Perlis and Mr. Ahmad Alauddin Arifin from University Putra Malaysia. Over to you, Muhammad Amir. Okay, Amir, please turn on your camera.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself first. My name is Muhammad Amelfa bin Muhammad Abdillah. I'm from Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences, UiTM Perlis. My project title is Designing Eco-Feedback for Gas Emission Detection with Notification. Before we start, I will show you this newspaper cutting. This newspaper cutting was about a methane poisoning that happened in one of the states in Malaysia, Johor, last year. This poisoning occurred due to improper and illegal handling of chemical waste. Due to the action, the chemical waste released methane gas into the air and caused air pollution in the 500-meter waste place. Next is background study. For my project, there are two areas of background study. The first one is eco-feedback. So what is exactly eco-feedback? Eco-feedback is a technology that offers feedback on individual or group behavior with the idea of decreasing the effect on the environment. For example, the picture show is how the eco-feedback design is displayed to environmentally motivate people to reduce the use of energy consumption. Next is gas emission. Gas emission gases such as a greenhouse gas to atmosphere. Gas emission can occur from many sources, such as industry and residential, where both sources may focus on handling of chemical waste. Greenhouse gas consists of carbon dioxide, methane gas, nitrous oxide, and water vapor, sorry. So for my project, I'm only focusing on methane gas. Okay, let me tell a little bit more about methane gas. So methane gas is only second behind carbon dioxide in terms of producing a faster rate of warming. In other words, even adding a little methane gas to the atmosphere can have a major impact on how rapidly and how much the Earth warm up. So the objective of study, my project consists of three objectives of study, which are to detect gas emission using gas sensor and send notification alert. Second, to design and develop eco-feedback to display gas emission via web. Sorry. Can you see the slide?
No.
Okay, wait. Can you see this now?
Yeah.
Okay. The last one is to evaluate functionality of IoT and eco-feedback design usability testing using eco-feedback design principle. So here is my research model. In this research model, it consists of 3 different components, which are the first one, IoT gas detection with notification. It is used to detect and sense the gas present via gas sensor, especially on methane gas. So for my project, I'm using MQ2 gas sensor and ESP8266 microcontroller. This component also used as a notification system, which will react automatically to notify the related individual if the reading of the gas sensor is high. I'm using email notification alert to send the notification. Next part is eco-feedback web design. This part is involving the eco-feedback principle, which is it was implemented in the design of the web base. The principle consists of attractiveness, self-monitoring, praise, and information quality. The purpose of this web base is to display the value of the gas that have been detected from the gas sensor. It also visualize the same real-time information and display it in form of bar chart and graph. Last one is the evaluation part, which is the functionality testing and eco-feedback design evaluation have been conducted. Next is my methodology. So I use waterfall methodology. I use metaphor model, which consists of 5 phases. The first one is requirement analysis, designing, development, testing, and documentation. For the first phase, there are 3 activities that will be conducted. The first one is literature review on focus element. Second is the research about technology and method used in gas detection and notification. And the last one is studies on related work similar to this project. After the phase was done, the focus element for this project has been set, which are using IoT to detect gas emission and implementing eco-feedback principle in designing web-based to display gas emission. Phase 2 is designing. The activity are designing flowchart for the system visualization. Here is my flowchart for the project. And the second is design schematic of the system. And the last one is sketch interface design for web-based. I'm using to design this interface. So after the phase was done, this is the experimental design that will show the overall process starting from detection of gas until display the gas emission in the web. Next is development. First activity was set up database cloud. I'm using PHP admin cloud server. Next is attachment of the IoT component. Then coding for IoT component. And the last one is design and develop web base, which is it be implemented with the eco-feedback principle. The next phase is testing. The activity is software and hardware integration testing, which include all the entire system in order to ensure that there is no problem regarding the system when it will be implementing. Next is functionality testing for IoT and email notification. And the last one is web-based evaluation based on eco-feedback design principle. Last phase is documentation, which is the summary and concluding all the data and information from overall project development. So here is the screen interface for my web base. So in this phase, the praise principle, which is the first of the eco-feedback principle, has been implemented. This is used to praise the user to get more attached with the system. It uses praising techniques such as image, sound, or any computerized mean. But for my project, I'm using image, which is the Gantt chart. the slide. Start. So here is the design on how the data will be displayed. This is another type of data visualization, which is in form of line graph. And this is how the email notification will be sent. So this is the third principle, which is information quality. It provides well-coordinated information to user. And this is the last page for the web-based information about methane gases. So finally, the research contribution. My project is help to visualize, sense real-time information and display in the form of bar chart and line graph. Also motivate and positively change the awareness of user regarding how dangerous, excessive, and uncontrollable gas emission to health. Last, increasing the knowledge on characteristic of gas and how to reduce the methane gas emission level in daily life to save the environment. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amir, for the presentation. Any question from judges?
I think there's question on the chat box. Let's hear from first, the second judge first.
Okay, first one is what level of accuracy achieved by the sensor. I think the accuracy of the gas capture is not too accurate, but it also not bad. For me, the range can be between 50% of the accuracy. For the second question, how to differentiate? Okay, for my knowledge, basically, the place that I will implement this, the proposed implementation will be at the area that contain the gas, emitting gas. So, differentiate if any multiple gas around the area, I cannot give you a proper answer because the implementation is already at the methane, so I don't think any different gas can be appear at the area.
Okay. So because your notification is using email, right?
Yes.
Okay. So because if you get a high reading on the
Yes.
methane gas, then do you consider extending the notification to, might be mobile apps instead of just email? If it is too high, then, the reaction from user might be slow because of the notification is via email instead of maybe phone or mobile apps.
Yeah. Sorry, can you?
Okay. So because you are using email for your notification,
Okay.
so the reaction might not be as fast as when you get the notification via mobile apps.
Yes.
Can you explain more on that?
So
Would you consider extending it?
yes. So in my future recommendation, I would like to have some mobile application for this project. So the notification will move from email to the mobile app, so people will easily get the notification alert when the high level is detected.
Okay. So where did you test? Means have you tested your technology on a real world environment?
Oh, I can I
Or
cannot
is it just in a small space to test it only on methane gas
yes.
instead of go to
On
some factory?
Yeah, I cannot do that because the pandemic. So I only
Because
test
of
in a
COVID,
small,
okay.
okay, small area of gases, which is contain methane. Only
Oh,
in
it's
small area.
means you only test on methane. Means there
Yes,
is no other GHG emission you have tested. Might be carbon dioxide or because you can get carbon dioxide easily
yes,
from cars.
yeah.
Okay. So because you haven't tested, then there will be no results on user satisfaction, right?
Actually, I'm doing. I already give the questionnaire based on the
Okay.
how user will react with the web base. So most of the answer give me a good feedback. So I think user
How many respondents do you have
from
for your
my
questionnaire?
30 respondent.
30.
Yes,
Okay. That will be it from me. Thank you so much.
thank you.
I think there's another comment from chatbot.
Okay. Maybe for future recommendation, I would like to have multiple type of sensor that can detect multiple gas. So maybe in future work.
That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Amir, Dr. Huda, and Mr. Ahmad Alauddin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we have listened to all presentations. Before I end this session, I'd like to thank all audience for your participation in this webinar. I would also like to thank all judges for the valuable comments and questions. And last but not least, kudos to all presenters for a very good presentation. Hope to see you again and have a nice day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over to you, Hafiz.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Ku Azlina, for sharing the session. So with that presentation, we have reached the end of the first session, the International Undergraduate Research Colloquium. And we had 10 innovative undergraduate projects presented by participants and reviewed by our honorable judges. So, and now we will take a break and continue our second session, the international webinar on computing and analytical sciences, which will be carried out by hearing a talk from 5 honorable speakers. But before that, don't forget to fill up the attendance for the e-certificate. You guys can get the link in the chat box. And I hope to see you guys again at 2:30 p.m. Malaysia time or 1:30 p.m. Indonesia time for webinar session and also for closing and award ceremony. So till then, I'm going to sign off for a while. See you again in our second session. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mr. Hafiz.
Waalaikumsalam.
we have Mr. Abdul Hafiz as our moderator today. So I think I would like to hand over to Mr. Abdul Hafiz.
All right, so can we start now, yeah? Okay, again, so my audio loud and clear?
Yeah, you're clear. You're clear.
Okay. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to everybody, to professors, associate professors, doctors, ladies and gentlemen. So I am Abdul Hafiz bin Muhammad from Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences, UiTM Perlis, and I'm going to be your master of ceremony for this event. First, I would like to bid you welcome to the first international webinar on computing and analytical sciences presentation. We have 5 speakers for our inaugural webinar. And the first one would be our Deputy Director, Research and Industrial Network, Associate Professor, Technologist, Dr. Muhammad Syukur Sanim Muhammad Fauzi. The next one, our second speaker is Professor Dr. Amlan Chakrabarti from University of Calcutta. The third one will be Dr. Avizal Abdul Qadir from Universitas Islam Riau. The fourth one is Associate Professor Dr. Okfalisa from Universitas Islam Negeri Sultan Sharif Qasim Riau. And the final one would be Associate Professor Dr. Rohaya Latif from University Putra Malaysia. And so, without further ado, I would like to invite the Associate Professor, Technologist Dr. Syukur Sanim Muhammad Fauzi to deliver his talk with the title of Using Software Repositories to Investigate Socio-Technical Congruence in Software Engineering Project. Over to you, Doctor.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Hafiz. Get to all the distinguished speakers. Again, welcome to the first webinar on on computing and analytical sciences. So, okay. Right. So, hi again, and a very good afternoon to all of you. So, again, I would like to introduce myself a little bit. I'm Syukur Sanim Muhammad Fauzi from University Technology Mara Police Branch. So, I think first of all, it is indeed a great pleasure for me to be invited to give a talk in today's webinar, which is International Webinar on Computing and Analytical Sciences. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences, UiTM Police Branch, for putting this joint webinar together to offer a platform for the sharing of ideas, experiences, for the betterment of our institution. So basically, again, I feel proud to be part of today's webinar. So I believe this webinar will be a starting point for our collaboration, and hopefully more initiative will be put in place in the near future. Okay, next. Right, so again, collaboration among institutions of higher learning is a current trend in every single location in this world. So universities in various parts of the world basically are encouraged to cooperate in research, for example, in teaching, in human resource development, for example, in developing technological innovation and others. So this does, I believe, in today's webinar, milestone that can assist or can help to strengthen the relationship between these 4 universities, which includes UiTM Police Branch, Universitas Islam Riau, Universitas Islam Negeri Sultan Riau, and University Putra Malaysia, and also Calcutta University, India. Okay. Okay, next slide. So I don't think I need to highlight about my background, so maybe we can go next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, a little bit about our university. I'd like to introduce a little bit about our university, since we have a lot of participants from outside, from Indonesia. Okay, so The University Technology Mara system, or UITM, is the largest university system in Malaysia, basically. So you can say that through a statewide network of 4 satellite campuses, so we have 12 branch campuses, 9 city campuses, and 21 affiliated colleges. And we, throughout the UITM system, basically educates over 170,000 students all over Malaysia. Okay, next slide, please. So this is about one of the branch in UITM, in University Technology Mara system, which is known as University Technology Mara, or UITM Perlis branch. Okay, as I said, this is one of the branch campus, which is located in Arau, Perlis, Malaysia. So Perlis is basically located on the northern region of Malaysia, just nearby the southern region of Thailand. So it was established in 1974 at Kangar, so it making it the third oldest UITM campus in the whole country. So in 1980, the campus have moved to their permanent location in Arau right now, where we are currently located. So now we can say that UITM Perlis branch is the largest branch campus around the country by the number of students and also the total courses offered. So these are, next slide please. So these are the 7 faculties that we have in UITM Perlis branch. Comprises from the Faculty of Accountancy, then we have Business and Management, representing the social science stream, and then we also have Architecture, Planning and Surveying, we have Applied Sciences, also we have Sports Science and Recreation, Agro-Technology, and also our faculty, which is Faculty of Computer and Medical Sciences. So these 7 faculties basically offered more than 30 courses ranging from diploma to undergraduate and also up to PhD by research. Okay, next. So let's proceed to the talk today. So the title of my talk is Using Software Repository to Investigate Socio-Technical Congruence in Software Engineering Projects. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the outline of today's presentation. We'll start with the research problem, where we would like to, where I will try to highlight what are the issues, okay, what are the coordination issues that reflects or that happen in software engineering projects, and then we are going to revisit back what the literature or the past literature says about the coordination and etc. And then we're going to proceed with what are the gap exists in the literature. Then, since socio-technical congruence is quite a new or emerging trend in software engineering fields, so I think I have to provide a definition of terms in terms of what is STC, and then other terms like other terms involved, like for example the coordination requirement that involved in STC and also actual coordination. And then we'll proceed with the research goal and question. Basically, for this research, we have 2 to 3 research questions, but for the purpose of today's presentation, I think I will only highlight 1 research question, and only will only discuss the result and finding for that respective research question. Then proceed with the research method used for this study, okay, where this study employ, for example, for instance, the mining software repository techniques, and then finally the result and discussion, and finally I will conclude the talk. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so can say that the development environment has evolved, okay, to become more complex and distributed. Okay, as we can see here, previously the development environment is more alike to collocated location, and now has been evolved to what we call or known as distributed or global software engineering project environment. So meaning that the team of the software developer nowadays is located in different places. For example, in Malaysia, in India, in UK, and Israel, all around the world. Okay, so this basically has contributed to a large number of developers, okay, working together with a large, common set of highly interdependent of artifact and tasks. So in this context, artifact here the most common one that we can use as an example for this is a source code files. Okay, so the underlying technical dependencies among artifacts and tasks create social dependencies among team members, which basically necessitate coordination in the team. So a study previously has shown that the lack of proper coordination can be a major cause of software defects and also problems. Okay, next please. So this is the research status quo, okay? Where I try to combine all the things that is mentioned in the past literature or prior literature, okay? This is the state of affairs that exists previously. The first one, the past literature suggests that developer coordination is important because it's directly highly related to development performance. And then the second one, literature also suggests that most of the literature on coordination are strongly emphasized on technical dependencies and explicit communication or coordination. And then it has increased recognition of the importance of social interaction or social dependencies and implicit coordination. Then the social technical congruent or STC, okay, based on the literature, is one of the emergent measure of coordination. Okay, it recognizes social and technical dependencies, but okay, based on the literature, it only focuses on explicit coordination. And then the literature also suggests that implicit coordination is underrepresented, and this is where the group awareness or GA, the embodies many aspects of implicit coordination, can be implemented in software engineering project. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the research gap. So the literature suggests that one of the methods that can be used to measure coordination and also to capture the dynamism of social and technical dependencies is known as socio-technical congruence. So STC, you can define STC. I've mentioned a lot about STC, but what is the definition of STC? So it's defined as a fit between the coordination requirements established by the dependencies among tasks and also the actual coordination activities carried out by the developers or engineers. So although recent work on STC suggests the alignment between AC and CR or actual coordination and coordination requirement is positively related to the performance, but there is still a gap exists in the existing current STC method. Okay, firstly, the current STC method only conceptualizes a small part of the coordination and mostly as an explicit coordination. And then the current work only conceptualizes explicit coordination as, like, for example, for instance, email, mailing lists, okay, and IRC, MRC. So this conceptualization are basically not complete. Okay, because explicit coordination is not even necessary for coordination. So this is where the group awareness, as mentioned before, okay, as a recognized theory that appears to benefit the coordination. So because group awareness, group awareness can help or assist the group members to coordinate explicitly and also implicitly. So therefore, viewing the software developer coordination from a group awareness perspective could offer the potential to include a more balanced view of coordination as involving both explicit and also implicit coordination. Yes, method is not widely evaluated in other contexts of SE projects. So it put us uninformed about the applicability of STC in other contexts. Okay, so thus for the purpose of this research, basically, as a whole, we basically consider group awareness as an additional conceptualization and will further investigate the impact of STC in other software engineering contexts. All right, so next please. So this slide shows some of the definition of terms used in this research, in this study. So the coordination itself is divided into two types, which are explicit and implicit. Okay. Example of explicit coordination, as mentioned before, like email communication via email, okay, face-to-face, etc. While example of implicit coordination includes experience working together, and expertise awareness. And then group awareness, I mentioned before, is a theory about coordination and group work, but very little application on GA to SE. And then socio-technical congruent, okay, is a measure that match the between CR or coordination requirement and actual coordination. So a little bit history about STC. So the term socio-technical basically derived from the socio-technical theory, okay, which has been developed in the mid-20th century by one field, which is behavioral science researchers, okay, at the Tavistock Institute in London. So in conjunction with general system theory, a particular expression of social theory is socio-technical system. Okay, so this term relates to the interaction between humans. So this way we conceptualize it as a social, and also the technology is where we conceptualize it as a technical in workplaces and system in the field of business efficiency, efficiency and also productivity. So socio-technical theory involves several main factors. One of that is which include the structure, the technology, and also people and tasks. Okay, the first conceptualization of STC basically originates from the Melvin Conway, who observed that the structure of the system basically mirrors the structure of the organization that designed it. Okay, so the alignment between developers form when the developers collaborate on the same task to keep abreast, of the changes that take place in the system. So in Conway's law argument, effective system development is constructed with smaller technical dependencies in order to avoid communication overhead. So however, due to the growth of the worldwide distributed project, as I mentioned earlier, so the coordination also has become more challenging. So thus, STC has been introduced since the coordination required for the more powerful technique to technical coordination. Okay, next, please. So these figures illustrate the task assignment step. So the coordination requirement is can be defined as a relationship that indicates that two people should coordinate based on their task assignment. Again, this is based on Cataldo in 2006. So based on this figure, you can say that some of these tasks have dependencies on other tasks. Okay, you can see the figure 2A and also figure 2B. So it implies that the people who work on these tasks that have dependencies should coordinate, as in figure 2C. Okay, for example, the person C should coordinate to person B. As task 3 is dependent on task 2, then person A and person B should also coordinate with each other, because person A is assigned to both task 1 and task 2. So in this study, task here is represented by an MR assigned to the developers. So where each modification request has an affected source code file and also software components. So in this study, we measure the coordination requirement as a relationship that indicates that two or more developers change the same source code files. Okay, how we measure that. And so that will be in the next slide. And then the second one, a relationship indicates that two components change at the same time. So the next following slide is an actual coordination where it implies that the people who work on tasks that have dependencies should communicate. So in these figures, it shows that the person C, they should communicate to person B, as task B or task 3 is dependent on task 2. Okay, and then person A and person B should also communicate with each other, because person A is assigned to both task 1 and task 2. Okay, next. So here is the research goals and questions. So basically we have 2 or 3, so I removed the third research question. Then the goals and questions for this study include, the first one is to verify the suitability of STC as a coordination measure. So the question for that is coordination congruent or STC a viable measure of developer coordination? And then the second one is to extend STC by introducing implicit GA or group awareness coordination into the measure. I think for the purpose of today, since we have a very little time, so I will only focus on the first research question. Okay, next, please. So for the purpose, for the first research question, we basically, in general, we have performed an empirical study using open source software development projects, data, and have applied a technique which is known as mining software repository techniques. Okay, and then for the second one, okay, just a little bit, we revised the measure and we use the same study data. Okay, next. So this is the data set used for this study. So in overall, we can say that we use 8 open source software projects, where as you can see here, the numbers of tasks, number of files, and the number of developers are totally different, For example, the Mahout project have 489 total tasks involving 1,700 numbers of files and more than 130 developers. Okay, that is for Mahout developers. And the rest, the other projects, for example, Harmony, we have 182 tasks, 331 number of files, and then involving 41 developers. Okay, that is the data set. Then next, please. Okay, this is the extraction method on how we capture or extract the data from a modification request box database. Okay, then from that we do calculation and etc. until linear regression in order to identify how it basically can be applied or suitable in other contexts of software engineering projects. So as we can see here, the data related to coordination requirement was obtained or extracted from the modification request box report, as you can see on your right of the slide. So once extracted, the data then was chunked, okay, or aligned into several metrics table. So I believe all of you are familiar with metrics, okay, basic metrics table, because all of us have learned during that in our primary school, secondary schools. As you can see here, we have person versus task metrics. Okay, so that means, okay, based on the previous data set, for example, the Mahout, for instance, for this metric table, the Mahout should have 151 times 489 tasks in that metric table. And then we have task versus file matrices and task versus component matrices. Then from here, we do apply a scripting, our language, to do some calculation, extraction, and etc. Okay, using the proper equation as in the next slide. Okay, and then for actual coordination, we use the mailing list and also map it using metric tables. Okay, and then we compare. Okay, we do calculation as I mentioned before, and then we compare and calculate the congruence using the following equation. Next, please. All right. Okay, so this is the equation used to calculate coordination requirement and also to compute congruence. Okay, the first one is how we compute, okay, how we identify the coordination requirement between the developers. So we have the first equation, which is CR or coordination requirement is equivalent to TA. TA is task assignment times TD, which is task dependencies, times TA, the transpose of the task assignment. So this is the basic. So as you can see in that figure, so that is the basic matrices that we have in place. Okay, imagine if we have more 131 times 489, 89 matrices table. So we are going to have very big or very large or very enormous table, okay, matrix table. And then in order to compute the congruent, so that is the equation that being used, okay, for this study. So I don't think I need to elaborate more on this, okay. Right. Next figures, please, and next slide, please. So this is the model, the proposed model of our study. So to be specific, for this study, we perform an investigation for explicit coordination, where actual coordination is measured using mailing lists, and coordination requirement is measured using file change together data. So the previous study suggests that software components also create dependencies between the developers and might also affect the performance. So for that reason, we have added component change together as an additional measure for coordination requirement. So the resolution time is retained as a task performance measure, okay, which means the expected relationship should be negative. Okay, the use of resolution time, okay, as a measure for performance is not really accurate for open source project. Okay, this is based on the literature. So this is because the developers in open source project are not working on a full-time basis. So compared to the corporate development environment, for example, so thus we have included line of code or LOC and productivity as an additional measure for task performance. All right, next slide, please. So this slide suggests a result for the empirical studies. Okay, so pre-literature on STC found a negative relationship between congruent and task performance as measured by motivation requests, okay, MR resolution time. But our results are bifurcated, okay? Our results are bifurcated. Okay, in our first analysis using box fixed only data, 2 of our projects replicate the previous studies result, okay, which are Mahout and Avro. But 2 do not, okay, and show no consistent pattern. So in our next analysis, so using additional dependent variables and additional measures, it also show the same result as in the first analysis. So this result was further verified, okay, by an analysis of all modification request tasks, okay, not only, meaning that not only just focusing on bug fixes. So as shown in the next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Right. So subsequent analysis found that all results were consistent and as expected. Okay, only 4 large projects. Okay, which means that for the project which have more than 50 developers. Okay, findings also for small project. Okay, for the project which has less than 50 developers were inconsistent and exhibited no obvious pattern. Okay, and explanation was sought and found in prior research, which suggests that the coordination, and therefore we could say that the STC or socio-technical congruence is less of an issue in smaller teams. Okay, the congruent or STC is a good predictor of performance in large teams. Okay, this is because as the team size increase, okay, the need for effective coordination also increase in order to perform well. So, but not in small team, because the coordination is much easier in a smaller team. So these findings were further verified by including another 4 projects in the study, okay? 2 large and 2 small. We showed that consistent result with our hypothesis, as shown in the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, see? Okay, together, these 8 projects, 4 large and 4 small, enhance the consistency of our findings. So thus, the key takeaway, you can say that the key takeaway from this study is the prior studies only replicated for large projects only. As in their study, they only studied 1 large project. Okay, next slide, please. That is the result for the second one. For second research question, I don't think I need to focus on this because we are running out of time. We'd like to give more time to Prof. Amlan. Okay, then move to the conclusion. Okay, the conclusion. So in this study, the nature of developer connection and its measurement have been investigated and tested. So the goal of the studies were to basically the overall goals. Okay, the conclusion. So verify is to verify the security of STC as a coordination measure, and then basically the overall goals for these studies, basically to examine how closely the role of experience working together represented group awareness in developer research in software engineering project, and also to validate the STC as a measure of implicit group awareness coordination. These basically need to be further elaborated in the second research question. But since I think we are running out of time, so I think that's all today for my talk. So thank you. All right, Mr. Hafid.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Shuko, for the talk. And I'm not going to waste any more time. So I would like to invite our second speaker, Professor Dr. Amlan Chakrabarti from University of Calcutta with the title of IoT Analytics for Smart World. Over to you, Prof.
Hi, can I start? Hello. Hello.
Yes, you can start, Prof.
Okay, fine. So good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon to Professor Shukur and the organizers and UITM for inviting me in this particular conference. And I'm very excited to start my presentation. My lecture on one of the very upcoming area, right, which is Internet of Things, and I will try to brief understanding of the domain and how this IoT is making a very inroad into the modern domain of smarter world. Okay, and that's my topic. That's my today's topic. Okay, so I hope my screen is visible, right? And I'm audible to all of you. Is my screen is visible to all of you? And I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, great. So I am the presently the director of the School of Information Technology of University of Calcutta in India. It started in 1857. Okay, and that means I am very privileged to be a part of the university, and I joined this university in 2006. Just after when I was finishing my PhD at Indian Statistical Institute. Presently, I'm the director. I initiated the research activities in my department in multiple areas. Like I started with real-time systems, and then I am into biomedical image analysis. I'm into computer vision. I am from real-time systems. I have modified or spinned off to Internet of Things, and apart from that, I have the domains of quantum physical system design, cyber physical systems. Right. I'm also an SCM distinguished speaker, and I am also an IEEE distinguished speaker. So that means any of you want to organize conference in computer science or and want to host a session of SAM or IEEE Computer Society, that means I will be very, very happy to help you out. So this work or this activity, what I will present today is from the Embedded and Cyber Physical Systems group, which I am leading, and I will tell you at the end of my presentation what are the project activities I'm doing, right? And I again thank the organizers of this particular conference, international webinar on computing and analytical sciences, and obviously the faculty members and the organizers from University of Technology, Mara. And as I told Malaysia institutes in Malaysia, multiple conferences into Malaysia. Actually, that was actually my first international conference. My first international conference was in Malaysia, which was hosted by INTI. Okay, INTI in Kuala Lumpur, right? And so I'm very happy to present in the audience, which is mostly from Malaysia. Okay, so what is IoT, right? So it's a very fascinating world of interplay between sensing, analytics, sensing, control, and analytics, right? And that's why we're driving into this exciting domain, okay, of both in terms of applications and in terms of revenues, as well as in terms of societal support, right? It actually caters lot many avenues in the present world. So traditional network means that with computing devices gets connected to each other, right? And we are using this for the last 30 or 40 years, where we are exchanging our data, exchanging our file between a computer in one of our places to a computer which is in other city or other country or other part of the world, right? And that was so exciting. But the present is really fascinating. What I mean to say. So the network, which was actually for connecting the computing devices, the computing nodes, okay, rather are now connecting your devices, okay, connecting your smart electronic devices, right? And that means that there is an immense amount of data capture, okay, and data aggregation to the devices, right? And which immense role in taking the decisions, okay, and that's what is the impact of IoT in the present domain, okay. So it is basically a network of things, or rather we will try to coin it at network of smart things, right? And it actually absorbs the various domains, okay, the sensing, the communication, the okay, and that's why it is so many technologies are involved in making this IoT infrastructure, okay, and it solves many societal purpose, okay, be it for smart waste management, be it for smart health management, be it for smart energy management, okay, be it for smart traffic management, smart vehicles. So everywhere we see the use of this sensing, data aggregation, and intelligence, okay, based on the data which are being acted upon. If we look into the history of this, right, okay, history of the IoT, okay, it was okay, it was pretty long ago. There was a machine, there was a Coca-Cola vending machine in the University of Carnegie Mellon, and where people get frustrated when they go to the machine and they find that there is no Coca-Cola, okay, in the machine, because the machine is already emptied. So how, prior to going to that particular machine, right, a particular student or a particular professor or a particular staff of the university will know whether the machine has the requisite amount of Coca-Cola or it needs to be refilled. So to think on this particular line, the Carnegie Mellon University developed a scheme where the condition or the data or the condition of the Coca-Cola vending machine can be to some data acquisition system, and that can be passed to the users who wants to have that, right, and that particular way of thought process, that means we can tell that is the forefather of what's the IoT today, right? Because that was an instance or an example where a device data is being captured and communicated to the users to take a particular decision, right? And that's what is IoT. Though the formal IoT, or what we see nowadays, is basically coined by Kevin Ashton and in MIT in 1999, and we know that from the 2000 or maybe from the early 2010 era, we have a flurry of this type of technologies which is coming in our day-to-day activities. Okay. Right. Obviously, this has a lot of advantage, right? Advantage in terms of open platforms. So, right, many of the IoT platforms, many of the devices which are used in IoTs are non-proprietary, right? They are known as open digital hardware or open digital systems, right? And that makes a very easy way of developing the applications on those, right? Secondly, it allows lot of flexibility in developing your applications, right? It is a wireless, it is mobile, it can span large area, right? And it gives you the power of wireless communication and wireless computing. Okay, that is the inherent backbone of this type of network. So you can do that means you can work with a large amount of data collected over a large period of time or collected over a large area of the land, right? And it contributes to many aspects, right? Be it agriculture, be it precision agriculture, be it smart health, right? Be it smart building, right? Be it smart traffic, as I told, right? It gives you an immense boost in all the activities what we use in a day-to-day basis. And it helps us to make very precise management. Why? What is the management? Management nowadays works on the data, right? And the data is captured by the IoT devices. And the data is very, okay, data is not somebody's thought process here. Data is generated on field. As the data is generated on field and captured, you know that what is actually really happening, right? You don't need to perceive anything, but you need to take a decision based on the data, right? The important decisions you take for your infrastructures, okay, can be now generated by this IoT, and that makes this management so efficient. Which is supported. I'm just introducing the first one here, which is the sensing technology, right? Why this IoT has this IoT has made such an inroad because now, okay, because now most of the things what is happening in the physical world can be sensed. We have smart sensors. We have miniaturized the sensors. Okay, we have evolved the different sensor technologies, right? Which helps us to collect the every possible data, okay, from our environment. Okay, and that's a tremendous push which is being given in the sensor technology, right? So I am again repeating my audio presentation is clear to all of you, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Great. Right. So there's availability of large number of sensors in the different sectors, be it environmental sensors, be it sensors for your stakes, be it sensors for your visual surveillance, security, okay, sensors for your day-to-day activities. Okay, all the sensors are now pretty well available, and you can now build up a good IoT-based IoT systems which can monitor, which can take important decisions based on the data captured by the sensors. The other technology which also has a very predominant effect in this particular domain of IoT is the wireless networking, right? There are different technologies. The limitation of time, I will not able to get into that. But what I mean to say is that the wireless technology has a tremendous contribution in the development of IoT. As it is well as the things become mobile, the things will be well deployable, and we have the present scenario of fault tolerance and okay, error resilience networks makes this IoT infrastructure very robust and reliable, right? When you want to deploy something on field, right? Two factors you need to be very clear about, right? The two factors are, one is robust and one is reliability, right? And we have very excellent technologies in the wireless domain which enables us to provide the robustness as well as reliability in the wireless data communication, and that has also IoT domain. So things are connected to things, and that makes the world very interesting to all of us, right? So a car is traveling, right? And there may be some sort of requirement of the people inside the car. There may be some requirement of the car itself, right? And these requirements are not needs to be physically checked, right? You don't need to get into your oil tank of the car and need to tell that you need to find that what is the amount of oil left. Provided you know that, you don't need to that, hey, what is the nearest petrol station or nearest diesel station? You don't need to do anything of that. What you need to do is that your car is communicating with a lot of services, right? Your car is communicating with a gas service station. Your car is communicating with a restaurant. Okay, your car is communicating. Your car is being always monitored by the police or by the traffic system, so that you don't have any sort of difficulties in traveling in the busy road, in driving in the busy road. So you are in an ecosystem, okay, where data is driving you, and based on the data, a lot of decisions or the supportive decisions are being offered to you. So you can get a push message from your gas station that, hey, you just take two bends from the next block and you reach the block reach the station, and you can get a discount of this on your gas or on your fuel. Okay, you can get the nearby restaurants menus, right? They can push to your car dashboard, okay, and they can offer you the lunch what when you are passing by, say, in a busy day by the road. Okay, so these things are possible. You don't need to stop your car. You don't need to go to a restaurant and need to find, hey, what are the menus and what are the prices of the menus. The communication between your car and your street and your shops in the streets or near or okay, a little bit far. Okay, they can communicate with your car, and the information can be exchanged, and that you get the benefit out of that. And that is the there's one scenario I've discussed, that means a busy traffic, or that means how the work. And these scenarios can be just replicated in many applications, like agricultural applications, like smart health applications, smart building applications, and that makes this domain so interesting. Okay, fine. And I will come to this slowly in my subsequent discussions. So what we have discussed till now is connectivity. Now my point here is that, can connectivity give you more intelligence? Whether it is a fact, or whether it is a true fact. Okay, yeah, connectivity gives you more intelligence. With the capability of access to the data, right? And the intelligence in the present world is based on the data what you are capturing, right? And that's the crux of that, right? So if you are taking a decision about your patient, a doctor is taking a decision about the patient, right? So the basis of the decision is basically the data. More and more data the doctor gets, okay, more and more the personal information data, the other history data, right? And how the data will come? The data will come through the different types of data sources. The data sources can be real-time data sources, or data sources can be repository data sources, right? So this data can be aggregated based on the user request, based on the user service model, right? And this can be used, and this can be very well utilized to take a decision, and that decision will satisfy the ultimate end user, right? And also what it does, it actually this connectivity connects the different spheres, different individual spheres in a one industrial, retail, okay, and communication, okay. All these activities are now being taken under one umbrella, to this connected world, and that itself, okay, gives us an enormous boost, or enormous okay, say a sense of intelligence, okay, the way we apply intelligence to all these processes. Now, obviously, when we tell about data and intelligence, there are two things I'm trying to push here. One is the data part, and one is the insight of the data, which gives you the intelligence, or which generates the insight of the data. To do this, obviously we have seen the very rosy picture, right? But the picture in the reality is not so rosy, right? There are several challenges, right? You have multiple sensors, okay. Different sensors have the different temporal temporal specification or temporal way of generating the data, right? ECG sensor generates the data in one way, temperature sensor generates the data in the other way, right? Their values, their sample frequency, their operating conditions, okay, are different. Okay, their ranges are different, right? So how do you churn out an intelligence, right? Which is but the data comes from variable sources which are of variable type, right? And that is the world of multimodal and heterogeneous world of sensors. The sensors are taking the data from the ground truth, from the ground level, right? If they're physically deployed. So we know that in a real physical environment, there are a lot of noises, right? We can do a lot of things in the lab environment. The sensors work perfectly. The sensors are perfectly in the ambient temperature of my lab, but the sensors vary a lot, or there are some background noises which are always there in the sensor. The baseline noise is always there in the sensor data. So how to remove that? How to remove that and get a quality sensor data, right? The sensor data is basically either spatial or is temporal. Spatial means either there is a geographical constraint, temporal constraint associated with the sensor. So you have to know that. You have to know the geographical constraint, the spatial constraint, and the temporal constraint in order to analyze the sensor data in a proper way, right? And there is a dynamicity in the sensor. The sensor quality itself is a variable of time, right? You install the sensor now and you run it for 10 days. Okay, maybe depending on the type of the sensor, maybe from the 15 days, it will find that a lot of things that the data or the noise gets increased, right? How to handle those situations, right? And because why you need to handle this? Because your important aspect, okay, important activity will be governed based on the decision generated, okay, if the basis is the data which is coming from the sensors. So your sensor data is so important, right? Crowdsourced data. A lot of the times we use the term called crowdsourced, and I think many of you are well known about that. So crowdsourced means there is no definite way of collecting the data. It's not my devices, right? I am taking the help of a lot of third-party devices and third-party agents, right, who are actually collectively called as cloud, right? And they push the data to me, right? Say I want to have an agricultural data of all the parts of a particular state, right? So I will depend on the farmers who have their own sensors, right, and push the data to me, right? And every farmer has their own way of pushing the data and generating the data. I don't have any control on that, right? Then how I can believe on the data, right? How I will believe that, okay, based on this, I will generate my water storage plan of an area, right? I will try to understand what is the water requirement of my agricultural lands in my state. It's a very difficult proposition in many of the cases, right? The data requires real-time decision, and we know that real-time decision on a large amount of data itself is a challenging problem because processing requires a latency, right? And when we have a processing latency, right, I mean you have to have the same order of temporal adjustments, right, in terms of some way, you need to do on the sensor data, right? And that's also and the local temporal stamp in the generation of the data and the processing center varies a bit, okay, and still you have to adjust in the real-time domain, and still you have to service in the real-time domain, and that's a challenge, okay. privacy, apart from all that, how you incorporate privacy in this particular open phenomenon, in this type of open environment. That means where even physically the sensors are accessible. Okay, somebody can corrupt your sensor. Okay, somebody can push some malicious sensor in your network, and how do you know that the data coming from the sensors are not tampered, or the sensors itself are not tampered, right? So you have to have a very good policy. Security is basically implementing policy and following the policy. So security policies should be very good, right? Data can be biased, right? We are taking a data, but the data is only of a particular type or a particular zone, right? We are not covering the other zones in my environment, right? And that makes when it goes to the decision level, as I've collected the data of only one zone, right? I didn't collect the data of the other zones. In the decision level, it actually creates a challenge, right? Because you cannot take the decision for those cases for which we have no data, right? And that's a big challenge. So these are the challenges what we have in this domain, and that's why so many techniques, okay, so many data pre-processing techniques, okay, or data handling techniques are being or data storage techniques, data communication techniques are being prescribed and followed in this particular domain of activity. The crux of this is that though we are actually capturing data, but my user wants to get the inference out of the data. Okay, user is not bothered about the actual temperature of a particular point. User is bothered whether the day was a hot day, or the day was a pleasant day, or the day was a very cold day, right? Or the day was a rainy day, right? So this inference the user wants, right? And that is the inference most of the users in a population want. They don't want to get puzzled with the data what each of your sensors are generating. So the process is now that from your data end, from your data domain, you have to transform it to the inference domain, right? And that is what analytics is. So analytics is nothing that your raw data which are generated in the data space needs to be understood, and the insight needs to be well understood, and you need to generate an inference which comes to the, and that's where the analytics comes into play. Okay, so this is what is the nutshell of the inference of the analytics. So you capture the data, okay, using your IoT for the various types of infrastructures, right? And you capture, integrate, store, and pre-process, right? And then what you do, then you, okay, this is the first part of the data you do. So clean up your data. You want to make the data appropriate for the process what you need to run, right? And once you do that, you push into the analytic engine. Analytic engine will actually try to explore and analyze the data. Try to find that what are the parameters which govern a particular process, okay, and try to find that whether we can generate any model out of that, right? Because if the model is generated, then we can use that, okay, for any unknown sequences of operation, right? And that's what is called big data analytics. It's a big data analytics at the back end, because it is a huge amount of data which are coming from multiple sources of your IoT. Okay. When we try to speak about the data analytics, obviously the term which is very much well related and which governs the analytics world in the present scenario is actually machine learning. I'm not going into the machine learning here due to the limitation of time, and also focusing on this particular part. But this is a very integrated part of the analytics where we need to extract the patterns or features of the data, and from that you need to find out that what are the way you can model this particular data generation process, okay, or the Okay, that means or the outcome. Okay, what you are trying to evaluate for the inputs. Right, you can do that. You can generate a model, and probably the model is generated by either with a technique called a supervised technique or an unsupervised technique, and that first. And if you can generate the model, the model can help you to either predict the results or consequences or the outcome. Okay, for the data which will be captured in the next cycle, or it can also be well developed to classify the data. Okay, whether it is of good class or bad class also. Okay, that means or average class, something like that. Suppose you're taking a decision whether the health condition of a particular person is fine, or there is a or the person is in a serious medical condition, based on the various type of data which physiological data of a particular person. Okay, like medical IoT domain, right? So this is the way the classification works out, and through classification generate the alarms which are being required, right? So that the proper actions can be taken. Okay, depending on the class where the data maps into. Okay, and it can cover a large areas like it can be medical diagnosis, it can be cybersecurity, it can be traffic prediction, it can be a lot of activities, right? Now I come to the last part of my lecture. That after we are developing this IoT and the data scenario and the analytics. Okay, that what are the type of big applications we can look into, right? One of the big applications in the IoT domain, okay, is the smart city. Okay, a city is smart, right? What it means that when it utilizes its resources in the best possible way, right? Like a smart person, a person is smart when he knows that what are the limitations, or the best effort he or she can take, okay, for a particular scenario. And that's the smart city. The smart city will give you a lot of scenarios, right? And what is the objective is that whether you can always generate a good outcome in all of the scenarios with the least amount of resources. The good outcome means the outcome is very favorable, okay, for the users or for the population in the city, right? And that's the way we can think about. Okay, there are several population level challenges. Okay, challenges are environmental challenges. Challenges are security challenges. Challenges are space challenges. That means obviously all the modern cities are cramped in space, right? You cannot offer everything to everybody, right? You have to offer something to somebody at each point of time, right? And that's the way we manage the resources. And obviously the West, okay, in the West, okay, which is a very predominant way, a predominant effect in any of the modern cities. So there are several challenges which are there in a modern city, right? And how to make convert the challenge much simpler solutions, and that's the objective of a smart city. So the problems, what I have actually categorized, are all working in silos. They are still there, right? There's still there people who are individually taking care of your traffic. There are people who are taking care of your safety, city lighting, pollution, waste management, and parking. They are separate group of people, a group of organizations who are working this separately. What smart city does? The smart city tries to connect this, tries to make a digital platform, right? So that there can be a cohesion between the various activities, and this cohesion will help each other. How this cohesion is possible? This cohesion is possible because your traffic, your car is sensing the pollution in the particular part of your city, and based on that, it is taking a decision that whether the car will get into this, particular road or not, because the car can further increase the pollution in this particular road. So it takes a decision that, oh, I will not go into the road because the pollution meter is already a very polluted road. So let me take another road. So this communication between your pollution data and your vehicle data gives you a scope that you can make your traffic management as well as pollution control in a very cohesive manner, right? And this can be done in many of the activities. Okay, either it's a smart building, or it's autonomous car, or it's a smart grids, right? I have shown the snippets of all these in my presentation. The other part of IoT is also visual, right? There are some data which are captured by some electrical parameters, right? So the signals which are captured to the visual sensors are also very important. And there is a subpart of the IoT which only focuses on visual analytics. This is very important because visual sensors are very strong. Visual data is very strong in classifying a lot of actions. It can classify the actions of the people in a busy road, right? It can check that whether the people are authorized in a particular region or not, or whether a group of is in a particular area of your road. So motion analytics based on video captured to the video sensors in city in terms of surveillance, in terms of security, in terms of management is a pretty important activity. So a smart connected traffic is something which actually takes care of the informations of the city in terms of the parking space, in terms of the lighting ambience, in terms of safety and security, in terms of the visual sensors, in terms of whether there is a violation of traffic rules and not, and tries to manage the congestion. Okay, tries to reduce the accidents, and those are the scenarios you see that you have a okay. So have that particular way of doing the things. Okay. The other part of it where we are working, okay, it's called water informatics. Not going into details, but a modern city requires water, right? And water is the backbone of our life. But water is precious, right? So smart water management, okay, is one of the very, very important aspect of any smart city, right? And a lot of researchers are now being directed towards this particular activity. So this is a future trend. So what is the future trend in this particular domain? The future trend is that there will be applications. There will be sensors at the leaf level for different types of monitoring. Okay, it may be your building sensors, it may be your street level sensors, it may be your vehicular sensors, right? And this will be your applications which will be supporting the population in a city, right? A transport management, water management, parking management, lighting management. So the way we look into this problem is that how we integrate this. So for integration, we require a sort of analytics layer, we require a data layer, we require a sort of communication layer, right? And this will be taken care by a smart digital platform, which will be a cloud or a fog, a smart sensor layer, which will be your sensor network, and the bridge between this will be a smart communication. And I think all of you know that the 5G communication is just enabling this particular slide has been taken from Cisco, right, where they're focusing on developing deploying this type of applications in a smart city where we have a connectivity between the smart sensors and the smart applications, and to make the ecosystem smarter. Okay, and that's all in my sense. I will just clearly show that these are the activities what we are doing. We are doing something on the water quality analysis in a smart way. We are capturing the water from the different through our sensors, through our floating sensors or static sensors in the different water bodies, and we are running analytics to analyze the water quality. We are also working on the perishable condition of the edible foods like fruits. We are trying to use the sensors like gas sensors, temperature humidity sensors, so that the data of the regions where the foods are stored can be collected and can be classified, so that before going into the perishable conditions, the food can be distributed to the people. Okay, because we know that the food is so important, and food security is one of the focus of many countries, right? And this is a pattern what we have done, which is basically on maintaining the quality, analyzing the quality of the edible products using our handheld IoT sensors in our. Okay, and this project is supported by Ministry of IT, Government of India. This is the work what we are doing in the biomedical domain. We're trying to put some of the smart sensors, and this is the smart antenna developed in our lab by one of my PhD students. This is a collaboration between analytics group in my lab, cyber physical systems group in my lab, and antenna group in our electronics and communication department of our university, right? And we are building an ecosystem where we can actually parameters, and we can use the eyes to capture the body, the doctors, right? And this is a wearable technology to find the lung water content, find the types of blood flow levels in a particular individual, and we are using the very low power microwave antennas to take the data. Okay. We are doing with one of the institutes in New Delhi. New Delhi is our capital. This is the institute, and we are trying to use the IoT for estimating the water need of a population. Right. This is a published work in the you can get it in the International Water Association Journal, one of the premier journals in the water management. We have recently published the paper where we have used the IoT-based sensors and analytics to classify the households based on their water usage and try to regulate the water supply in the different households, right? And this is a patent, also Indian patent, what we have published in this particular domain. Last but not the least, what are the projects we are handling? Obviously, one of the predominant projects is that we are trying to develop a biosensing platform in the open hardware domain, which can aggregate data and which can run analytics either in the fog domain or in the cloud domain. This is a project being supported by the Ministry of IT. We are also working on a project on smart agriculture based on vision-based systems, and we are trying to reduce the use of the pesticide and the fertilizers which are polluting our water and our soil in a day-to-day basis, whether we can in our domain. And we have got the Intel Research grant this year, which is basically on the cloud research, but that cloud research also integrates a lot of IoT tasks. So the work is on cloud security, but this also integrates a lot of activities, a lot of the tasks which are pushed by the IoT devices to the clouds. Last but not the least, we have got a funding from the Tata Consultancy Services, the largest software service company in the world, and they're supporting us to develop a platform where we can actually have the security of the IoT in terms of blockchain. Okay, and that's all. And again, thank you for listening me, and I hope that I have able to transfer some of my ideas to all of you. And thank you all. And I'm open to the questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So, any question from the floor? Oh, and again, Prof, can you please type your how to contact you in the chat box, please? If there is any participants who want to contact you, can you please put it in the chat box? Oh, okay.
This is my and this is my WhatsApp number if anybody wants to communicate on research. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, so is there any question? All right. So I'll take it as no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so okay, and again, thank you, Prof. Amlan, for your talk. It's very, very inspiring and very informative. Okay, so if anybody want to contact or want to ask any question about the things that Prof. Amlan taught just now, you can contact him personally, right? And now let us move to another speaker. Okay, with the title Artificial Intelligence in the Internet of Things, IoT Smart Sensors. It will be delivered by Dr. Avizal Abdul Qadir from Universitas Islam Riyadh. Okay, over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Dr. Hafiz, I will say my slide first. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see. Yes.
This slide, can you see?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
All right. First of all, thank you very much to Dr. Sukur to invite me as one of the speakers and organizer UiTM Perlis Malaysia. I am Efizal Abdul Qadir from Universitas Islam Riau, Indonesia. So I just share my talks this afternoon is artificial intelligence in the IoT smart sensor. As we saw just now, Professor Amlan already explained much about IoT. So I will touch a bit about networking system, how the communication requires to support IoT sensing later on. So this, for your information, our state is here. Riau is this Indonesia made. Then Riau is here. So very close to Malaysia. This our capital city is Pekanbaru. Then very close also to Johor and Singapore. So it is our university, Islamic University of Riau. This is our main building, main campus. So the outline, the agenda, my talk this afternoon is touch a bit about the future trend of technologies, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, conventional and smart sensing, how is comparisons, AI in the sensing applications, ubiquitous sensing application, and conclusion. So as we know, this some survey from some agency, the top 12 technologies on the picture, the trend on the picture. So we can see machine learning or AIs, even the furthermore is a deep learning is one of the concern on the future trend of the technology. Second things, IoT with the sensor and cameras also one of the attentions. Beside the high-speed internet, mobiles, AI, robotics, drones, and also virtual reality, visual money. The next is extended reality. So AI in IoT is the two technology is a concern on these future technologies. So as we see, the AI supported with the robot for the smart cans, private drones, and others application. And the IoT also the wearables technology like our smartwatch now. Even we are running or jogging or cycling, so there is wearables device attached to our body to measures all the parameters in our body. So is automations. This is smart IoT. So smart home, smart city, as discussed by Prof. Amlan just now. So as we know, AI is this human is adoption is a human intelligence to build in the machine, especially the computer system. The process is adopts humans' intelligence to process the information to become an intelligent system. As we know, before there is artificial intelligence, just intelligent system. The system that can make decision more intelligence compared than traditional or conventional before. Then move for the next step is machine learning. So the system or the computer there is introduced learnings to record all the behavior of the data records. And now is our way now is deep learning is one of the technology now is more concerned because deep learning can process more data, complicated data, more layers with the deep learning. So we go to this just highlights Bill Gates and Elon Musk. says AI is very scary because more intelligence, these pro and contra statements. AI more intelligent compared to humans, but the AI created by humans is pro and contra. So this become true. The next on future technology, AI is scary going for the involved in technology. So this overview of the IoT. So IoT is not just a sensor. It's not just sensing or actuating, but more intelligence, competent, conventional. So this overview of the Internet of Things is everything is connected Internet. The hospitals, manufacturer of industrial homes, mobile phones, airplane, everything is connected Internet. So consequence is we have to support high data. So this IoT definitions, IDC mentioned IoT is a network connecting either wire or wireless. Cisco mentioned this definition of the IT is the next evolution of the internet, and the GSMR, global system of mobiles applications. IoT device as those capable two-way data transmission, mean transmit and receive. It's not just one way. So the common definition is IoT is sensors and actuator connected by networks to computing system. Means IoT sensor is not just sense the parameter or measure the value of the things. Furthermore, they can do a smart or intelligent actuating. Let's say simple example is, let's say in our room, we set icon is 20 degrees Celsius. When the temperature is high or over than 20 degrees, say the automatic icon is on. When the temperature is lower, below than 20, the set of the icon. It means actuating. It's not just sensing the temperature, but there is actuating, there is outputs, there is action from the value is detected. So this some survey says this year is 2020. There is 200 billion device connected to the networks. This Internet of Things, IoT, so many. As we know, before that, only maybe our mobile phone or smartphones, computers, or other CCTV homes connected to networks or computer internet networks. For the futures, everything's, let's say in our homes, our coffee makers, our fridge, our washing machines, our rice cooker is connected to the internet. So this need of infrastructure very high. So by 2030, there is increasing very high increase, tremendously increase number of sensors, 700,000%. This need of large infrastructure to prepare how the sensor is connected all together. So in terms of the data also and the networks capacity, as we know, 5G is already coming. Some of countries that deploy of the 5G technology. So this survey now is 2020. Now the blue color is without M2M, machine to machine data. So the red color is M2M machine data. As we saw now is 2020 only about 60 exabytes. The data capacity come to the computer or internet. So by next 10 years, there is exponential increasing of the data sending to the database or data centers up to 5,000 exabytes. I mean, very high data. So we need to really with the high amount of data, the huge amount of data. It's not only without machine to machine, Next is machine-to-machine communications. Just now, for Amla mentioned about the smart car. Next on, when our fuels, our car fuel is lower, means already alerts this car automatic sends the nearest petrol pumps. So the GPS already assigned what is nearest petrol pump. Same as maybe our car is a road tax expired, they already assign when you have to go to pay the road tax, and similar our car maintenance, when the maintenance is coming, so the automatics highlights means next on our is happening by machine to machine. Let's say next year or next week, we have to do maintenance. So the system automatic booking to the maintenance shops to book the maintenance is machine to machine communication without human intervention. So very all is data communication without human intervention. This next data communication. This just comparison as we let now is 5G already deployed in some of the countries, the advanced country. So like Malaysia, I heard in Indonesia already trials by some of provider. So what we see here, the 5G is expected of gigabits per second, gigabit data rates. So to cover IoT sensor, increasing number of IoT sensor. So the next 10 years by 2030, as slide previously, is 5,000 exabyte data capacity is not enough by gigabits per second data capacity, because every sensor is contributing, every second is contribute data. So like ours now is we can imagine if we use 2G or 3G data 10 years ago by 2000s or 2010s, which is 3G, capacity only megabits, maybe we cannot conduct like now conference with 1,000 attendance, 1,000 or participants. So the next is not only it's not gigabits but terabits. This have to challenges technology how to catch up, or how to do is terabits as required. Second thing is it's not only AI is integration, which is 5G only partially. Some of application use AI. In the 6G, 2003 is fully like satellite integration is fully, AI is fully, XR is extended reality, is no more virtual or augmented reality is standards, extended with haptics and holographics communication. We can do holographic communication, which means we can see people who communicate. It's not only a video, but 3 dimension, 3D. So the next is this. We can imagine now is 5G. Although it's 5G is 2020 is deployed, there is a very high data rate, mobility, a massive number of device, capacity, reliability, low latency, less than 5 milliseconds, and the 6G expected is less than 1 millisecond. So we can see, imagine 3G, the day 90s, GPRS, 6G, we upload 800 megabytes file of movie. So it needs 7 hours, 4 hours, and by 4G, 40 seconds, and 5G is 1 second. We can imagine the 6G with the terabytes. Maybe once we click, already upload 800 or 1 gigs byte of data bit. So next is IoT in big data is one of the, because every sensor is contribute data. So by the time data become huge, become a big data. So what we do with the data? There is some analysis on data. The other part on the AI system will filtering the data, which data is to be used with just a noise. So because sensing just pump the data, so we have to intelligent system to filtering or select the usable data to process. So big data is required in deep learning. As you see, older learning or normal algorithm is something is cannot cover or cannot process huge amounts of data. So we need deep learning. That's why this older learning is saturated to analyze certain capacity of data. So we have to do a deep learning because they are deep learning something one of the method can do very complex analysis data. So this we see IoTs, AIs, big data, networks evolution is one of the integration technology cannot separate. Is each other is because sensing by IoT contribute data. The data need to analyze, and the networks 6G have to provide the high capacity with the gigabit or terabit data capacity. So the next is not only IoT in the Internet of Things, but the future is Internet of everything. Everything's connected to Internet. Even the classroom currently maybe is our projectors or project is a smart board, and next maybe everything, our chair, tables, rooms, icon, everything is connected to the internet. What is the different IoT and IoE is there is people over there, smart people, connecting people with the more relevant, valuable ways. It's not only just talking. Let's say normally we call our parent, our family maybe once a week. So the next on the smart valuable every week they schedule to do a phone call or call our parent or family. So this additional is smart people or connecting people smart. So this one of the application, the conventional sensing, how the IoT is. As we see is this temperature sensor, just conventional or traditional temperature to check the temperature. Before that, we just do manually when we change sensor. Let's say we need to 5 minutes one data, so every 5 minutes we record on the data logins. So this conventional. Next step is we pump data from the sensor automatically to the computers. This automatics. We can show the data, but it just collect the data. We just see the data. Oh, the temperature is lower. The temperature is like nothing to do. But the next on our data is going to the cloud. Can be settings, and the furthermore become the smart sensing is the data. Every changes data we have to do actions. Okay, this another example. Smart sensing, like this is smartwatch. So there is sensing over there. When we are wearing the smart watch itself, when we are walking or running or cycling, there is sensing over there. They are scanning. Oh, this is up. It's not normal. It's not working. It's not working. This is something like running. Or there's detect is you are running. So they automatically record your routines. Record your calorie, how much calorie you spend on the how long you're running. So in conclusion, you got a summary. This become a smart sensing. So this contribute all data to human. This involve artificial intelligence in the smartwatch to analyze every data. Is next on is not only our movements, maybe our heartbeat, blood pressure, everything. So this another sensing our CCTV before that just watching tele camera or tele video. Instead we are watching manually by camera, so we can see what happened in the long distance and the tele video. So next step is CCTV is not only watching eyes, but to analyze. with the data like this, we can similar with the artificial intelligence or image recognition. We can do analyze numbers. What type is this van? Is this lorry? Is this normal car or something like that? So furthermore, we can analyze this bus. So some of the application in the smart city, they use CTTP as current infrastructure. So they analyze one day how many bus pass through in the road, what type of vehicle pass through in the, we analyze by the image processing over there. So next step is not only car, maybe walking, people walking over there, how many people walking. So everything is use current infrastructure to do a more intelligent system. It's not only just sensing. So as here our image processing, some of country like UAE and Dubai, we see their police use CCTV to check the robbery or something. So automatic when we do something, automatically once we enter the immigration, they record our face, so they are can tracking our movements, because when you go to publics, there is CCTV, we go shopping complex, so they can move. We stay 1 week in the Dubai, they actually they know without they are monitoring by our mobile phone, they know what our tracking, what we are going within the 1 week by CCTV, because they are CCTV integration to the command center. SMS, our mobile phone is no longer only for the communication, and now our mobile phone is our tracking. Furthermore, later on, is our mobile phone is sensing, our sensing, as smart sensing, become the IoT sensing. This, sorry, because the time, I need to speed up my slide. Sensing is anyway, a biometric sensing where you go to enter the rooms or the office, you use fingerprint. So all the data are very valuable data to take your record. Even without you mention, I am in office, I am in the shopping complex, I am in the road, it is automatically mentioned where you are without, because later on every device, every sensor mentions you, where are you, is it? So this one of the is IoT, big data is one, technology is involved and makes intelligent system, and there is with the machine learning, then with the application. So this our project current now, as mentioned for Amlanjan, we also have like water pollution in the river, for the IoT we have deployed. I can so because limitation of the time, I done so in this slide. Also we have, because our state is forest fire or wildfire, we have also some IoT or sensing network to the mitigation or monitoring wildfire. So this currently is pandemic for the COVID. So we try to design one of the monitoring system for the COVID-19 patient in the ward in the hospital by using current infrastructure, we call a Wi-Fi sensing device, assisted by RFID device. So we collect all the data going to the POC computing and analyze to the deep learning. So we can say data to computing to say to everyone, to the government or to the doctors, to the hospitals. So what, as we see, we use Wi-Fi sensing. What is Wi-Fi sensing? Because based on the basic concept of the Doppler frequency shifters, when the, actually our body is something like when you enter in the room with the lights. So when you enter, there is light blocking on your body. Is there is shadow, similar like this. Our Wi-Fi is spread electromagnetic field. When your body enters, there is actually absorption, blocking. We analyze these movements. Let's say this access point, you are moving here. There is changings in the Wi-Fi electromagnetic fields, the signals. So even we can do accurate you are standing, you are activities, relaxing, you are jogging or something like this can differentiate your activities like this. This Wi-Fi sensor human, if you are blocking, there is some degradation, and when you are moving in the Wi-Fi system, there is signals changes on the measurement signal like this. When you we transmit Wi-Fi sensings, no humans, normals, when you are sitting, something like there is a noise or there is a fluctuation on the sensing. If you are opening the door, something like when you open the door, there is huge movements, huge, big movement. So there is high signal, but there is closing. So we analyze this every action, every movement, like open the door, jogging, relaxing, typing keyboard, you are talking. So we analyze all the signals, so we can conclude by AI or by artificial intelligence or machine learning. We can conclude this Wi-Fi to conclude to the patient in the what is later on, because when patient is there is breaths, movement, influence, when they are do coach, so we can conclude in one day, because COVID is very impacted this to minimize staff or medical staff or doctor visit to the patient. So we're trying to assist by the technology. So this another thing. Actually, this video, because the time I don't show the video, because like we know one of the restaurant, they use drone to send their food to the to people who order. So next is use camera to make sure you are is the one is order the food. It's not the other one taking the food. So this is something like image analysis. Also, what is the impact technology? By 2030, just now we mentioned, the impact is everything is automations. We don't need to booking the hotel. Don't need to the booking to the maintenance of. So there's a job. Some people's survey is there is 50% job disappear by technology cover the job of the human job. So this is one of the our challenges. How technology against the humans. Okay. Conclusions. Some people says human computer is better than human computer performance better than human performance. And now we are here. One day is computer performance is better than human performance, but we don't know when is it. So some survey said is our year in theory. So because human computer is just numbers, but computer performance like exponential. So this my conclusions. The future trend is like scanning is sensing is not only scanning, but further one is sensing and actuating, also action from the sensing. Also, most of the technology use current infrastructure like CCTV camera, or Wi-Fi, or mobile communication for the next decision to assist people to do a decision and the next technology. So I think this all my presentation. Again, thank you so much for the UITM to invite me in these talks. So anything you can contact to my emails is below. Thank you very much for your attention, and return back to moderators.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ayuzam. It's a very interesting sharing. And if you don't mind, maybe you can put your contact into the chat box so it is easier for all the participants to take it and maybe want to contact you after this. All right, so I have a request from our main committee. They asked that if can maybe all of us can switch on our camera because they want to snapshot it and put it as a report. I think. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, so without further ado, let's move to the next speaker with the title of Multiple Perspective Design of Decision Support System for Performance Measurement by Associate Professor Dr. Falisa from Universitas Islam Negeri Sultan Syarif Qasim Riau. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Okay, for the first time, as a thanks to all the committee who organized our first international webinar on computing and analytical sciences, Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences, UITM Perlis branch. For the first, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Opa Lisa, and I am Associate Professor from Departments of Engineering, Informatics Engineering, UIN Suskaria. And currently, I am a head of Human Research Competency Units at the Faculty of Science and Technology. It's honorable for me to be one of the speakers in this event. And for these sessions, I would like to share you my topic with the titles of a multiple perspective designs of decision support systems for performance measurements. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Okay, let's have a look at the philosophy of decisions making. As humans, we are always faced with decisions, is right? For example, when a new student graduates and wants to plan to continue his study to the university, he has to select the university. And to deal with various considered realities, such as the overloads information, financial support, personal capability, family directions, ambitions to be what he wants to be, and sometimes it's make he will be confused and how to make the right decisions. Okay, next slide, please. Sorry, because of the azans, my house near to the mosque. In computer science, one of the approach that's commonly utilized in solving the multi-attribute decisions making, what we call it as a decision support system, or DSS. DSS is defined as the computer systems that deal with the problems. So assignments defines the problems must be in the semi-structured problems, unstructured, non-programmed, ill-structured, and the problems that are difficult to solve. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, considering the values of DSS, DSS must reflect an implementation strategy for making computer usable to managers. So our target is managers. Why? Because managers as organizational decisions maker. So DSS will provide managers with the decisions recommendations, decisions requirement, and suggestions of valid decisions. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, next. Okay, in a nutshell, we can wait. Okay, in a nutshell, we can characterize the DSS as the first from the problems, semi-structured and unstructured problems. And then the second one is support the managers in every level. And then the third is support individuals and groups, interdependence or sequence decisions. And then support intelligence, decision, choice, and implementation as one of the decision-making process. And then support variety of decisions, must be adaptable and flexible. DSS must be interactive and easy of use. And of course, DSS focus on the effectiveness instead of efficiency. And this is the interesting one. Humans control the machines. Maybe it's quite different with the previous speaker, where all the decisions come from a machine. But in DSS, even at the end of the systems, DSS provide a decision or suggestions or recommendations. However, humans will decide it. Okay, and then ease of developments by end user, and then the DSS must be modeled and analyzed, and then must be use of data access, and the developments of DSS can be standalone integrations or web-based. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, Simons, as the father of decisions making, in 1977 tried to develop systemic decisions making that adopted by turbines. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Okay, next. Okay. Okay. But the report. Oh, wait. The previous ones, please. Okay, but the decisions-making process was continuously developed by Simons, Harris, and Shimes, consists of some of the passes. The first is what we call pass. In intelligence pass, where we try to define the problems and all requirements needed. So we also define what is the criteria and what is the alternatives. And then continue to design phase, where we develop a model development as one of the algebraic model to transform or stimulate the reality phenomena to be arithmetic modeling. And then alternative analysis. And next, choice phase. Choice phase is a decisions design. And the last is implementation phase, where we coding our DSS systems. And then we have to be considered about the problems. If we found new problems, so it means it will be iterative activities. Okay, next. Okay, the DSS architecture, including some of the components. And the first is data. Of course, data is very important. Whatever approach, whatever technology do you have, from external or internal. And in DSS, there is what we call it as a data management to handle all the data. And models management as arithmetic modeling to make all the reality into the to be understandings by the computer. And then knowledge-based subsystems, and the last is a user interface as a platform that link the communications between managers and the systems. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Wait, previous slide. Previous slide, please. Okay. Okay. Currently, the various decision support models are available for many fields of study, such as education, such as management, manufacturing, supply chains, productions, demand management, the customer relationships, clinic information systems, enterprise predictions, customer evaluations, and etc. Based on the development of DSS applications, we can divide into some parts. The first is what we call it as a model-driven DSS. Model-driven DSS is a DSS that use algebraic decisions analytics by using some of the multi-attribute decision-making approach, such as AHP for the famous ones, or analytical hierarchy process, ANP, analytical network process, decision tree, probabilistic forecasting, and etc. And next slide, please. And then is the data data-driven DSS. Data-driven is a DSS that enable access to and manipulate of structured data, time series data, real-time data, and any big data. So sometimes, so we can consider the DSS can be combined with data mining. And then the communication-driven DSS. This DSS relies on hybrid network and electronic communications, where the resource and information sharing from the collaboration and communications among a group of decisions maker will be analyzed to make a final decisions. So we can use some of the technology adopted, such as NLP in here, neural language processing. Okay, next. Okay, next. Next. Okay. And then is the document-driven DSS. Document-driven DSS is a DSS that link the documents or text informations from documents and then analyzed to be analyzed as a decisions making. So here in some of the technology adoptions, we can use the text mining, informations retrievals. And the last is knowledge-driven DSS. Knowledge-driven DSS is an evolutionary AI DSS, where DSS use some of the theory AI in here, such as a rule-based neural network, fuzzy logic, and genetic algorithm, which are similar to linear programming model, and conduct random experiments to make decisions. Okay, next. These are some of the differentiates between DSS types, so you can read it, some of them. Okay, next. Okay, here I want to share some of our current research that's conducted in DSS. Maybe this paper have been presented by our students in the morning sessions. The first is a decision support system for smartphone recommendations, the comparison of fuzzy AHP and fuzzy ANP in multi-attribute decisions making. This study is a part of the model-driven DSS, where they use the fuzzy AHP and fuzzy ANP as a model management. So for the case study, we recommend which one of the appropriate smartphone for the users. But the focus in here is to compare both of these methods in making a decision between fuzzy AHP and fuzzy ANP. And then the study reveals that fuzzy ANP provides a better performance compared to the fuzzy AHP. And the second one is the optimizing placements of field experience programs and integrations of MORA and rule-based decisions making. This study is developed based on the combinations of model-driven DSS and knowledge-driven DSS, where there is two kinds of decisions-making process. At the first, we decide which one of the best students from the school or university. And the second one is we select the best school. So we match students and the school, but using the rule base to get the optimized placements of this program. Okay, next. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and this is my latest research, getting grants from the Ministry of Higher Education in Indonesia, with the title is Priority Indicators in Measuring the Readiness of SMEs Towards Digitalization. multiple perspective designs of decision support systems. Okay, this study driven models DSS, where we use the fuzzy AHP for the models management. In the methodology of this research, at the first stage, we developed a conceptual model. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the conceptual model. This is the conceptual model where we consider the two perspectives to measure the readiness of SMEs towards digitalization. For the first in IT perspective, and the second one is on economical perspectives. So to grab the multiple perspectives from the resources, we delivered the questionnaires by Sati, concept fuzzy AHP, to the governments, academicians, marketplace, bank, investor, digital SMEs, and conventional SMEs to get the weight of the indicator proposed. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So we continue to the second stage. In the second stage, we start to develop quasi AHP DSS. So we follow all the flow activity or stage process in fuzzy AHP. For the first, we develop a structure hierarchy. So all the indicators will become a criteria. And what is the alternative? The recommendations in high, middle, and low levels become an alternative. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Okay. And then after the calculations, we come up with the recapitulations of priority values in SMEs readiness models. So from these tables, we can determine the weight values of each indicators or criteria and sub-criteria. So we can identify which one is the significance indicators in these models. And then these models will be calculated to map and measure the readiness performance of 118 SMEs in Riau province. And as a result, the SMEs in Riau province, the performance is in the middle one. And some of the recommendations to improve the readiness of SME in Riau province are given in this system. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the architecture designs of our DSS applications. Okay, next. And these are some of the interface that's given by our applications. So it just looks like a BI or business business intelligence information system. Okay, next. Okay, next slide. Yes, next. Okay, these are just only the background of study, and I think I don't have enough time to explain this, so I skip this. Okay, next. Okay, next. Next until the photo. So I want to show you the documentations of our research activity where we meet some of the SMEs in Riau province, and we also collect data from the government and doing some survey and interview and questionnaire to some of the marketplace in Indonesia, such as Tokopedia, Shopee, and some of the investors such as Telkom. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. I send back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Oxfalisa, for your talk. It's very informative and very, it's a lot information.
Sorry for the background of the sounds.
No, it's okay, no problem. And if you don't mind, Doctor, if you can put some of your contacts in the chat box so that all the participants can, yeah, if they want to reach you, okay, they will be able to reach you the contact that you give on the chat box, right? Okay, so let's move to the final speaker for today. All right, from University Putra Malaysia with the title Fog Computing versus Edge Computing. So we want to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Rohaya Latif. Over to you, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see it. Yes, I can see it.
Okay, all right. Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good evening to everyone. Actually, I am no one, just given the responsibility as the head of department for Department of Communication Technology and Network from University Putra Malaysia, Serdang, Selangor. And since they have been promoting the university, so I also would like to do the promotion here. So a little bit quick figures on what is about UPM. So UPM is actually a public university which was founded in 1931, and it is a research university since 2006, and it has been awarded its self-accreditation since 2010, and we are 30 minutes from Kuala Lumpur, 30 minutes to the airport. Putrajaya is just nearby. And we have around 28,000 students from 80 countries. So most of them are postgraduates, which is 40% of them is for postgraduates, and 20% of it is international students. And we have a few students exchange program, and we are around 1,800 academic staff in the whole university. Okay. All right. So for the ranking, the world ranking, Alhamdulillah, University Putra Malaysia has become at the rank 132 in the world, right? And 33 number ranking in the Asia. And we also have certain other awards in the world. Okay, so we have 15 faculties, 11 institutes, we have 2 schools, the postgraduate schools and the business and economic schools. We have 3 institutes. Okay, so I would also like to welcome from Riau and from other countries if they are joining. The mobility program that we have for the exchange mobility program for the students, and also for the staff that we have in our university. Okay. All right. So everyone has been talking about, especially Dr. Rizal, Prof. Amlan have been talking about IoT, right? So IoT is a current trend. Yes, it is a current trend. But have you ever imagined that if the number of data been pumping into the network, okay, and it is a real-time dynamic data, all right, dynamic communication, and heterogeneous number of platform, right? You have machine to machine, you have mobile apps, you have IoTs, right? Devices. So what will happen to the network? Okay. So with that, they come up with the solution of fog computing. Okay. And another term called edge computing. And out of these 2 computing, it runs on actually the cloud computing. Okay. So originally it was cloud computing. Then because of the IoT infrastructure, they introduced the fog computing and edge computing. But basically, cloud computing comes from grid computing. Okay. So grid computing was a scientific computing for the universities to run their own processing data, but at the end they could not cope with the operation because of it's too technical for the users. So they have make it as a business by providing cloud computing. So these big companies will have taken over the computational or over the infra, and they have introduced the cloud computing. But again, because of IoT, then comes in fog computing and edge computing. Okay, so from the tiers, there are 3 tiers, okay, where the ones that was mentioned by Prof. Amlan and Dr. Rizal was from IoT, okay. IoT will be at the edge device or edge computing, okay, where the end users are pumping the data into the network, right. Then it goes into the fog computing. Fog computing will be the provider, usually the main provider of that region, okay? And cloud computing is the one if that provider or that particular business company could not overtake the processing power, the storage issues, then cloud comes in, right? So example in Malaysia, the cloud provider will be Exabyte, okay? And overseas you have Amazon and you have Alibaba Cloud, right? That you could use to do your computational power, to store your data, right? Or to use your software on the cloud, okay? Whereas at the region, okay, especially in Malaysia, we have Times and also Telecom, right? So Telecom will be dealing with the requirement from the users, which is at the edge computing, right? Where edge computing is the devices such as IoT, okay, the mobile apps, the mobile devices that the users are using, right? The smartwatch, okay, machine to machine, okay, and any kind of sensors that are at the end users. Okay, so just imagine how many users are at the edge computing, at the edge devices. So even we ourselves have 2 mobile phones, right? We have our laptop, we have our tablets, our kids have their own tablets and phone. That is in one family. You just imagine that one family could be using the network, okay, dynamically, heterogeneous, and also they want it to be real time. They don't want to be any lagging. So without a good infra, right, this IoT will not be a sufficient one. So IoT actually, if they could not process the data or they could not store the data, they will push the data to the fog computing, right? Means that if you are unable to process your data on your mobile phone, maybe you will be sending it to your server, okay, or your university server, okay, or you could make it that as your fog computing. And if that server could not run the computational power, then you can push it to the cloud by subscribing the cloud facilities or cloud service. Okay, so the characteristic of a fog, it must be proximately or immediately or next to the end user. All right, so means that it is the layer that is next to the edge device. And of course, it should be geographically distributed. Okay, usually when you have your mobile phone, your connection will be near to your next access point, right? So if I am the Cellcom user, I'll be my service will be connected to the nearest Cellcom office, okay, or Cellcom access point. Okay, so that will be the layer of a fog computing. All right, so if I have a mobile, okay, or any sensors in the IoT or any devices
that is at the machine to machine, okay, at the edge computing, you'll be able, okay, to transmit your data to the server or to your own notebook or to your own gateway, right, by the provider. So from there, whether the device at the fog computing can process or unable to process, then it will go to the cloud provider, okay? But if let's say you did not subscribe the cloud providing services, then what will happen to your data? Okay, of course it will be lagging. Okay, you are unable to store your data. All right, so it will be end up to the fog computing. All right, so when you wanted to transmit your data from the mobile phone example to the fog computing, or for the fog computing to the cloud, you had there is an algorithm that is needed that is called offloading. All right, so offloading is like a queue where you decide whether that particular data can or task can be processed at your device, or you go and send the data to the fog computing if you think that, the algo will think that whether it is able to process at the fog computing. If it does not able to process at the fog computing, then it will goes to the cloud if you subscribe the cloud. Okay, example like your Google Drive. Okay, your Google Drive. We don't know where is the location or the physical data will be stored, right? So on your handphone, maybe you will have shared your documents on your mobile phone. Then it will go to the nearest server for the cloud or for the Google. Then it will transmit. If the existing server does not able to cope with the data, with the processing, then it will push to the main cloud. All right. So here, as you see that the fog computing is a response to many issues that encounters from the regular cloud computing, right? So if you keep on pushing your data to the cloud, okay, this is the previously where they keep on pushing their data from the user to the cloud, right? So what is the issue here? The issue is the bandwidth, okay? Because the cloud, one of the things is that you don't know where the cloud is physically stored. Usually it will be stored or located at the, for example, US. You just imagine if you are traveling here to US, how long that will take you? It's around 23 hours, okay? But of course, when you transmit your data through the network, it will be lesser. It will be around 250 milliseconds, okay? All right, so the bandwidth here, when you are pushing your data to the cloud, it will cause you bandwidth issues, okay? And of course, you will have a network fluctuation. It means that there will be a delay, a jagged, right, a slowdown in your network, okay? And then it will be in high latency. So these are the things that you don't have to push it to the cloud. Maybe you can just push the data or the task or the job at the fog computing, which is usually nearby, which is in the region by your subscriber. Okay, but there is a limitation in fog computing, right? When you have a task or a job, okay, a task especially, it is when it's too complex, okay, you need a very high computational power. Sometimes your server or your fog computing will not be able to do it as good as the cloud server. Okay, because cloud server usually is the public cloud or the private cloud should be more sophisticated or more able to compute the complex tasks. Okay, fog device also can't provide data storage sufficiently. All right. As example, if you have email, Gmail, right? Usually it will be pushed to the cloud, Google Cloud, right? And the one thing is about the heterogeneous in the fog computing. It's also an issue. For example, if I'm using Cellcom, so my provider will be from Cellcom, right?
mean that I'll be using the the hardware from the Celcom. And Celcom has its own provider or vendor. For example, they are using Cisco machines, right? And whereas another telco or another telco, for example, DG or Telecom is using another kind of a machine from maybe Huawei. So the integration between these two at the fork layer will be an issue, okay? Especially when they wanted to talk between the provider to the provider, okay? So if each device can't get enough connectivity and bandwidth, this is also an issue in the latency. Okay, another thing about fog computing is the offloading. Okay, what do you mean by offloading just now? I told you that the algorithm needs to decide, the scheduler needs to decide whether they could compute the task or to store the task at the particular fog computing. Else, they need to transmit the data to another fog or to another cloud or to the next layer, which is the cloud, right? So bandwidth is also an issue here where, for example, if you have too many IoT devices connected to the particular fog, right? Especially that area is congested and especially that area has a high density of population, right? So if they have a high population of users in that particular region, so it will be suffering, the fog computing at that particular area or region will be suffering or exhausted to entertain all the IoT devices that are hungered for bandwidth, all right? Okay, another thing is about storage. Okay, fog data storage also has a limitation. For example, it's very rare in Malaysia, especially like telecom. They gave you a storage to store your data. Usually, your data will be stored on your mobile phone. Okay, but there are some fog computing. For example, your own server. Maybe you would like to store that on your own server, but that particular server also will have a limitation in terms of the storage. Another thing is about heterogeneity. Okay, when you have heterogeneity of machines, as I mentioned just now, you have different brands, different generation, 4G, 3G, IPv6, all this. And when they wanted to connect to each other, they will be having a very complex what we call it, how to configure issues to make sure that the connectivity is being successful. All right, so example, if you listen from the previous keynote where Prof. Amlan have mentioned about the IoTs, the water system, the smart cities, all right? And also Dr. Rizal also mentioned about the healthcare, right? So all these sensors are attached, okay, to that particular fog computing or provider to process their data for the user. For example, if you would like to know your steps for that particular day, okay, they will not, sometimes will not store at the device. They will store it somewhere else, okay, because your device maybe have a limited storage to store the real-time data. Because steps are, for example, steps maybe is just a text or a number, but just imagine if you have like medical diagnostic images, so that will be requiring a lot of service, or even you need cloud service for that. Okay, so these are how the data are being transmitted and processed in the cloud, which is cloud is still needed, even fog and edge computing is around. Okay, so where does this data on the IoT will be processed? Okay, as I mentioned just now, it could be processed at the device itself if the storage, the computational is enough. Okay, so the algorithm will be able to decide whether they could process at the device. Let's say if they could not process or store at that particular device, then it will push the data to the fog computing. Okay, or there could be a multiple fog at one connected to one device. Okay, so maybe one fog computing is not sufficient enough. They could change or they could cross to another fog computing to entertain their requirement or their processing requirement. Okay, else it will be pushing to the cloud. So there are 3 layers that could IoT push the data and process the data. Okay, so both fog and edge computing are bringing intelligence and data to be analytic platform located close to the source of data generation. Of course, right? With the big data pumping into from the IoT devices, we're not just censoring the data, we are trying to analyze the data, right? For example, if you just run 1 kilometer, they are not just they are not just recording the data, but they are also giving you the suggestion, right? That you have been lazy for that day, or you are not doing anything in that day, or you are very good, superb, burning your calorie at that particular day. So they are giving you reports, they are giving you suggestion. So it's also intelligent. The AI informations, the AI elements are there to analyze your data. Okay, so fog is at the edge of the network, while the IoT are at the devices. So the aim of this, the reason of this technology is to reduce the latency and the lagging and the delay, to make sure that the data are being processed in a quicker and faster way. All right, so these are the edge computing, where if you say that edge computing benefits is from the time. If they could process it locally, then it will have a faster time, okay, speed up the time, and the distance is nearby, so it's very easy for them to grab the data or to process the data. All right, in terms of security, they will just being in the same domain, so it's very secured, okay, unless there is a malicious sensor crossover, okay, they could attack that particular domain, right, or users. In terms of cost, it depends. If the cost is for low bandwidth sensors, right, you can just buy from the shelf. It's not that expensive, right? You can have, for example, you would like to have an IoT smart house, right? You want to detect whether your air conditioner is too cold for you, right? So it could reduce the temperature. Those sensors for nowadays is very cheap. Okay, so we can produce our own smart house system for that particular house, right? Scalability, right, and also reliability if it's in the same domain. In each computing, there are limitations for it, whereas, for example, the storage, okay, for example, your mobile phone, okay, your mobile phone have a very limited storage, okay, it depends on how large you have bought it during your purchasing, okay, so maybe 1 tera or less, okay. In terms of security, it's also challenging, as what Prof. Amlan has mentioned just now, that if there is malicious sensors or someone just crossed over that particular region, they could just distribute any data. And if you are sharing that data, for example, smart farming, maybe the data is not reliable, right? So it's also one issue in terms of security. And if, let's say, you need a machine that is expensive machine, especially in the manufacturer, okay, machine to machine,
a robotic machine. So that kind of a machine will be very costly and expensive, right? Unless you bought a sensor, a small sensor from the shelf, I think it's less than 100 nowadays. Okay, so the difference between edge computing and fog computing is actually the location, where it's located, which layer and which tier it is located. The size of the processors, where cloud fog computing will be larger processors, having larger processors, and in terms of storage, is also going to be larger compared to the edge computing. All right. Okay, I'd just like to share you a few minutes with my current research work, where we propose an algorithm that is to verify the effective of attributes reduction on accuracy of transmitting the data. Right, when we transmit the data, the best way, one of the ways is to decompose the data. So when we decompose the data, there will be accuracy problem during the transmission. We wanted the IoT has a problem with the transmission, so you want to make it faster. So you decompose the data, right? But when you decompose the data, the accuracy is one issue, right? It's maybe the time the time is good, but the transmission time is good, but maybe the data is inaccurate. Okay, so this is the algorithm that we have managed to propose, analytical polydic decomposition, okay, using the deep learning algorithm. And we also come up with scheduler, computational offloading and scheduling algorithm by combining the GA algorithm and the PSO to overcome with the offloading issues. Right, so these are the results that we managed to compare and analyze between the original image that we use the data set Kaggle kit and dog data set, where we transmit the data using the original data and the one that transmitted through our algorithm. Okay, so these are the results comparing with the Lee 2018 work. These are the accuracy that we also managed to overcome and improve. I think that's all from me. If you have any questions or if you have any, you would like to know more about my research, so this is where I could be contacted at rohayalt@upm.edu.my. So before I end, maybe because this is for undergraduate students, I guess the participants are from undergraduate students. So most of the undergraduate students I see, they are very afraid of doing a presentation, sharing their knowledge. So maybe I'll close my session with a little bit of motivation, saying that don't limit yourself. Maybe people limit themselves to what they think they can do. You can go as far as your mind lets you. What you believe, remember, you can achieve. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor, for your information and for your sharing, especially for your last motivation to our undergraduates. Really appreciate it, and I believe they will take it as a motivation for them to be better in the future. All right, so there we go. All the five speakers have done their talk. So now we are moving to our and again, thank you very much for all the speakers. And right now, I think we're gonna move to the closing ceremony. Okay, the closing ceremony. And yeah, I think Prof. Lan is already here. All right. Okay. So I will start the closing ceremony to everybody. Okay. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good evening to everybody. So to Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslan Muhammad Ishaq, our Deputy Director of Academic Affairs with Enterprise, Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Shukri Sani Muhammad Fauzi, the Deputy Director of akan, Dr. Siti Zulaiha Ahmad, Head of Study Center, Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences, all the members of Executive Management, respected judges, participant, and all the audience. Welcome to the Undergraduate Research Colloquium and International Closing Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier today we had 10 innovative undergraduate projects presented and by participants and reviewed by our honorable judges. But before the result is announced, I would like to invite the Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Azlan Muhammad Ishaq, Deputy Rector of Academic Affairs, UiTM Perlis, for the closing speech. Over to you, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all. Associate Professor Technology Dr. Syukur Sani Muhammad Fauzi, our Deputy Director of Research, Industry, Community, Alumni and Entrepreneurship, akan, UiTM Perlis. Come the advisor to Dr. Ahmad Nizam Matno, Deputy Director of Student Affairs, UiTM Perlis Branch, Dr. Siti Zulaha binti Ahmad, Head of Learning Center, Faculty of FSKM, UiTM Perlis Branch, come the advisor 3, and Mr. Muhammad Hafiz Ismail is the Director of the first international webinar on computational and analytical sciences. The invited speakers, the first one is the Associate Professor, Technologist Dr. Syukur Sani Muhammad Fauzi. Second speaker is the Prof. Dr. Amlan Chakrabarti, which is Head of Department of School of Information Technology, University of Calcutta, India. The third speaker is Dr. Abiza Abdul Kadir, Director of Research Institute and Community Services, Universitas Islam Riau, Indonesia. Fourth speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Farisa Sakyoto, Head of Certified Competency Test Human Resource Development, Universitas Islam Negeri Sultan Syarif, Kasim Riau, Indonesia. And our last speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Rahia Latif, Head of Department of Communication, Technology and Network, University Putra Malaysia. The respectable guests, members of Executive Management Committee of UiTM Perlis, all head and faculties and coordinators, distinguished lecturers, staff, students, and participants. Alhamdulillah, all praises to Allah and the Almighty for the strength and His blessing in accomplishing this webinar. First and foremost, I would like to wish a very warm welcome to our first international webinar on computing and analytical sciences. This webinar is a joint program organized by Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences, which is FSKM, together with Office of Research, Industry, Community, Alumni and Entrepreneurs, akan, UiTM Perlis Branch. For your information, UiTM Perlis Branch has started its operation on the 5th of July 1974 with 258 students at that time. It only offered 6 programs of studies. However, today UiTM Perlis Branch offers 34 academic programs at pre-diploma, diploma, bachelor degree and postgraduate levels. At the moment, we have more than 7,800 students and more than 700 academic and non-academic staff on campus. UiTM Perlis Branch is built on 335 acres of land, and about half of the area is used for plantation. We are also one of the main producers of harum manis mango in Perlis. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, UiTM Perlis Branch has 10 faculties and departments, including the Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences. There are 6 courses offered here, which consist of 2 diploma programs, that is, Diploma in Mathematical Science and Computer Science, and 4 degree programs, where Bachelor of Science in Management Mathematics, Bachelor of Information Technology, Bachelor of Computer Science in Data Communication and Networking, and lastly, Bachelor of Computer Science in Net-Centric Computing. FSKM is also actively collaborating with other universities to further strengthen their international relationship all around the world. In July 2019, FSKM had accepted 36 internship students delegation from UIR Indonesia, together with Dr. Elizar Tade under the UIR 3.0 program. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinar series is focused on the expertise of the FSKM members to boost collaboration in multidisciplinary research areas. This webinar is one of the examples of the international collaborative platform, as it involves academicians, researchers, and students from Malaysia, Indonesia, as well as India. The golden opportunity is given to the degree students to share their passions, ideas, and innovations by presenting their final year projects to all the participants. This webinar is timely to expose participants with the latest research findings and current issues in computer science and mathematics, with the ultimate aim of national and international research collaboration between the 3 countries and also to place FSKM as a world-class faculty. It is well aware that in organizing a webinar series requires countless and work and great sacrifices. Hence, this webinar would not have been possible without the determination and persistence of the committee members in making this a reality. I take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to all the contributors for the valuable contribution in hosting this high-quality webinar series. I here also would like to highly congratulate FSKM and RICAN of the Perlis for their efforts in making all this possible. To end my speech again, I would like to thank all the speakers and participants who are directly or indirectly involved in this prestigious webinar series. I hope that this webinar would serve as a catalyst by linking together policymakers, industrial practitioners, researchers, intellects, and educators all under one roof at UiTM Perlis branch. It would be great if this webinar can be extended to an annual event hosted alternately by UIR, WIN UPM, and UiTM Perlis branch. This would create a conducive environment to exchange information, generate new ideas, and accelerate on the latest application that will definitely benefit our society. I really hope for more positive collaboration like this again in the future. This is just the beginning for more greatness to come. On behalf of Director UiTM Perlis, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby appreciate the closing ceremony of the first international webinar on computing and analytical sciences. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for your closing speech. On behalf of the International Webinar on Computing and Analytical Sciences Committee, I would like to thank the judges for lending us their expertise and the participants for joining and sharing their thoughts and ideas on computing science. So before we go to the result, I need can you guys please on your camera for a while, because the committee want to snap photo, sort of a group photo for all of us. Okay, so I would like your cooperation to switch on your camera for a while so that our committee can snapshot everybody here. Okay. Okay, so committee, please stand by. Right, so many smile faces, yeah. Happy faces, everybody. Okay, we still have some. Okay, committee, please do your job. Okay, and snapshot all of us here, right? Okay, again, I need your cooperation, all the people here, to switch on your camera for us to have a group snapshot photo. Okay, let me check with the committee first. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, so okay, that's it. So thank you very much, and I think maybe you can just remain on. Okay, maybe some of the photo still, some of the camera still not on. So maybe you can just leave your camera on. Okay, and now, okay, and now, here, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the result. And please be noted, in this ceremony, several rewards will be awarded, such as the Champion Award, Best Project Award, Inspiring Project Award, and the Best Presenter Award. But again, okay, regardless of the result, each project has the potential to be further developed and contribute to the betterment of our future. Again, I repeat, regardless of the result, each project has the potential to be further developed and contribute to the betterment of our future. Right, so it's time for the result. Everybody's ready? Okay, so let me share the slide first. Hold on a second. Okay, can you guys see the slides? Can you hear my voice loud and clear? All right. Okay, so the award giving ceremony. Okay, for the first award, okay, which is the champion award. Okay, the champion award. And the receiver for this champion award is project title Intelligent Traffic Light Intralight System for Pedestrian, presenter Muhammad Abdul Shahid bin Hasri. Right. Okay, so this award only have one receiver. Okay, the next award is Best Project Award, and according to the list, okay, and before I forgot, how do we select all the winner is from the marks given by the judges, right? So the next is Best Project Award, and we have 5 receivers for this, 5 winner for this Best Project Award. And the first one is Designing Eco-Feedback for Gas Emission Detection with Notification, Muhammad Amir Alfa bin Muhammad Abdillah. Okay, this is first one. The second one, Optimizing Placement of Field Experience Program and Integration of Moral and Rule-Based Decision Making, presenter Rizka Hafsari. The next one is Comparison of Fuzzy Time Series and Arima on Forecasting Tourist Arrival to Homestay in Pahang, presenter Aizatul Akmal binti Jafridin. Next is IoT-based Smart Garbage Monitoring System, presenter Muhammad Amirul Roshad bin Muhammad Halim. And the final winner for this award is Decision Support System for Smartphone Recommendation, the comparison of fuzzy AHP and fuzzy AMP in multi-attribute decision making, presenter Hidayati Rusdeni. Okay, let's give them applause, okay? So the next award, okay, the next award is Inspiring Project Award. And according to my list, there are 4 winners for this Inspiring Project Award. And the first one is Intelligent Traffic System, Nadia Akilah binti Cik Malik. And the second one, Solving the Traveling Salesman Problem by Using Artificial Bee Colony Algorithm, presenter Nur Ainul Hayati binti Muhammad Naziri. And the third winner for this award, Academic Supervision Management System, presenter Sheila Elwina Fitri. And the last one for this award is Job-Based Knowledge Graph Visualization of Job Street, presented Eva Nur Afni Kurnia Hidayat. Okay, berikan tepukan kepada mereka. And the final award for Best Presenter Award. Okay, Best Presenter Award, we have 3 winners for this award, right? And the first winner for this Best Presenter Award goes to Intelligent Traffic Light System, presenter Nadia Akilah binti Cik Malik. And the second winner is Academic Supervision Management System, presenter Sheila Agwina Fitri. And the final one for this award goes to Muhammad Amir Alfa bin Muhammad Abdillah with the project Designing Eco-Feedback for Gas Emission Detection with Notification. All right, let's give all the winners a round of applause. All right, so congratulations and thank you for your participation, and see you in the next international webinar. And on behalf, may your innovation will bring great benefits and rewards not only to you as an accomplished student, but also to the university, community, and even perhaps the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached to the end of the event. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express our gratitude for your participation and willingness to spend your time with us. Thank you very much. And with that, I shall end with lafaz bismillah wa billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.